Checking. Everything's okay?
Okay. You know, where are the toilets?
Huh?
You know where?
No, I have no idea.
Okay.
Oh, let's check. Wait.
Yeah.
Round 2 now has something. Ah, no. This one.
Yes. No. Is it working? The light chess viewer? Round 1. Click on round 1.
Round 1.
Auto update.
No.
So close.
Close what?
Close.
The whole thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Launch.
This is the one.
Maybe it's not sending? Or
Sardinia.
I'm
No.
going to check if it's sending.
Yeah.
Okay, he sent it. Dernière minute, ça fait chier, hein, les mecs. Wait a minute, I have to check again the link with the light chess cloud.
No problem. What's this? This is feed camera. Cool. It shows my shoes. Cool, cool, cool.
Okay. Sorry. Do it another way. Yes, normally it should be good. Let's do it maybe this way. The GT cloud like this, and 0.
Did you figure out where the toilet is?
I don't know.
Ah, shit.
Hello.
Everything okay?
I hope.
I see you praying.
Yeah.
Can I go here?
Yes, you can sit down.
Thank you. Hi.
Yeah, good.
Yes, you?
Never better. We have a little feed camera. Is it your phone?
Yes, it's my phone. I can put it. A problem with live chess viewer which doesn't show the games.
Mm-hmm.
So
I'll put it, I don't know where. Okay, let's
give me.
yeah.
Thank you.
So it doesn't show the games
Yes.
yet. Not that we care. Who needs games anyway?
I have to do it slowly.
I got lost in this
Looking for
hotel. Yes, it's very big. I thought I could find a shortcut, but no.
Yeah, the shortcut is you leave the reception and you go left, and
Okay.
you go down, and then you're kind of the first thing you see is pretty much this thing.
Okay.
Close and open again or what?
No, no.
Ah, different link. Okay.
Oh, yes, okay. I see something when you put electricity in this, and there is there can be interferences with this. Okay, we will see.
Ah,
Yes, some stupid things like this always.
With with the microphone, you mean?
Yes, but maybe not. We will see.
or that
But
one.
maybe not.
It's the same?
It's the same because
Ah.
the same circuit. Electricity is a headache. Okay, wait a minute now.
I never trusted electricity.
Yeah.
Something, you know.
So I must put.
Wanna see?
Please,
Yes,
please. Thank you.
Just get in there.
Thank you. One pull. One pull, okay. Yeah, I think I can have a view of this. I have to check first if this is working. Yes, this is working. Okay, so I close it, launch again. This now I have to take this number. Put here. There's no new move. Okay, I think it should work. This.
If we need more light, hi.
Ah, yes, okay. So this should work when the games begin. More light? Oh, but okay, now I don't know how. But I think it's okay. No,
Yes, it's okay.
I'm going to launch the knife. Get stop the sound.
They won. All good.
It's okay.
Yeah, I think, Alexandra, we need confirmation from your people, from the chat, if they can
Yes.
hear us.
Let me see. Can you
So-
hear us?
Yes. What to start with? Buongiorno, signoras e signori. This is what I would say if I would speak Italian, but this coverage will be in English.
Yeah. Welcome everyone to the first round to the Sardinia World Chess Festival.
Right, that's a first edition of this open tournament from Hotel Marina Beach, live on a beautiful island of Sardinia. And yeah, so not only our stream, but the round itself is a little bit delayed, as is, well, very often the case with the first round of big tournaments, right? So we have quite a lot of players, as you can see.
Yeah. Many huge players. We have streamers too. The streamers are really important. Both the sisters are here.
Right, so this is something very new, but yeah, the streamers have their dedicated tables with their live camera feeds and so on and so on. So, well, lovely way to popularize chess.
There is Alexandra, Andrea, and I don't see Zach. Well, there is Zach, yeah.
Okay, so there is that. We have, of course, well, on the very top tables, we have some familiar names, I believe. Yeah, so the top seed is Grandmaster Vladimir Fedoseev, and then Sanan Sevgirov is the second seed, and those guys, well, they've played for Russia many years, but currently representing different countries. Kirill Shevchenko on board 3, Jordan Van Forest on board 4, so, well, someone that a lot of people know and love. Yeah, so this is a view on our top boards, and this is, I believe, will be, well, the place we spend the most time on, right,
Yes.
at the very top boards,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, it's really exciting because it's a really big tournament every year. Like, I think it's really good tournament.
All right, so we were waiting for them to start the round, and maybe some technical information. So, well, pretty much everything that you would expect. It's a Swiss system, 9 rounds. Well, very healthy prize fund. I want to say €50,000 in total prizes. Yeah, which is quite huge.
Yes, it's huge.
For the open tournament. And yeah, so there is that, and I believe, yeah, the whole round was a bit delayed because of the opening ceremony and some speeches, and currently we are hearing, or you guys can hear, I don't know, from the chief arbiter,
Yeah.
I believe, so, some announcements.
Yeah, there are 3 groups. We have A group, B group, and C group. And how are they distributed? Like,
Yeah, so that's on rating, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, like rating requirements, or rather rating limitations. Yeah, so if you are above 2100, I believe you are playing the A group, and then the B group, the C group. Yeah, so there is that. Something about our coverage, something specific. Well, not really. We'll try to be like not only chess oriented, but like discuss a lot of other stuff. So if there are any questions, always welcome.
yes, of course. Yeah.
And other than us, there is presence of Chess Base India, by the way, the other chat that we will try to monitor. If you have the live feed on Chess Base India, that means we could be rigging the chat, and you'd be able to ask
Yes.
more questions. Well, so just waiting for the games to start. Well, a little bit more speeches, as far as I can tell. So, yeah, so usually these are, well, if you like, more entertaining than some round robin. Well, the quality of play might be higher in those round robin tournaments, but, the intrigue, the drama, well, the hopes for younger stars, well, open tournaments are perfect for that. And therefore, yes, so here you can see one of our colleagues from ChessBase India, I believe. And yeah, I haven't played in an open tournament for an awful lot, but still can recognize some familiar faces and like being around these players for many years.
I played this year a few open tournaments, and it's really nice because you can see many countries, people from many countries playing the same tournament. A lot of talented kids and different people, they want just to play chess in their holidays. I think it's really nice, the environment and
yeah,
yes.
so that's well, open tournaments per se is you know, a very nice activity, kind of combining, blending together the professionals and people who kind of play chess as their hobby, as their getaway. Right, so that's...
I think the year started.
Yeah, so the games have started. I can see, well, you can see 1d4 on the board of our top seed, Vladimir Fedoseev, against Yilmaz Baver. I would guess a Turkish player with the black pieces. So I'm not quite sure if there is much to discuss on those first moves. Right, so we will wait for some opening pictures to form. We can see who's that. That's Alexandra, right? Alexandra
Yes.
Bontes. So we have, as we said, cameras from
The top players, the streamers, and all
Right.
the whole. Yeah. Well, in Alexandra games, she just played the French defense, so we can expect a French defense from her.
Right, so on the top boards, this is Fedoseev with what's called Queen's Gambit. Yeah, I shouldn't forget the name. I mean, there is a whole series about Queen's Gambit, or rather called Queen's Gambit. Right, but not much to discuss here. We have, yeah, like I'm browsing through first 10 boards to check if we have anything really original. Well, not yet, of course, because too early to speak. On what's that?
That's the Slav?
Yeah, okay. So Slav defense.
Yes.
Or
And how old is he?
his opponent.
Yes, the Turkish Slav.
Could be 12 or something,
Yeah.
right? So these days, it's very amazing, and especially with, you know, like now, when Gukesh won candidates,
Oh my
and
God.
he's 17 years old.
Yeah.
And back in the day, we would, you know, address anyone who's 15 and becomes a grandmaster. We would say, okay, he's such a young prodigy, and he's like great talent. And well, not to take away from them, but like you become a grandmaster at 15, you have 2 years to become a challenger, or otherwise Gukesh already has the record, right?
Yeah.
So that's incredible. Well, so Slav defense. Let me see if I can get this game updated. Yeah, I think that's the one. So, well, not much to say about the opening just yet. So still way too many possibilities. And I wonder what they play in the Slav nowadays, and especially what this little guy is going to play. Knight f6 is the move we would expect for now, but then...
Did he play knight f6? I think
He
so.
did,
Yes.
yeah, he did. Right, so knight f6, and this is maybe the first, kind of the first choice for white. Yeah, so that's what I wanted to say. So e3 is played by Fedoseev, because knight c3 leaves you with more options if black goes e6 or a6 sometimes, right? You then can develop the bishop to g5, but if you play knight c3, you have to know what is your plan after black takes on c4. And e3 is more, well, kind of more flexible move. And again,
And
it's...
he played e3.
Yep, he played e3, and now for black is, well, black has quite a choice, so mainly developing the bishop to g4, f5. These are two options. You can say, I don't care what you are playing, I'm playing the Meran variation. In this case, you go e6, then knight d7, and so on. I think e6 was just, no, it wasn't. So that's a live point, right? e3 and black's to move e6.
E6.
Yep. So
And to leave the bishop on c8 is not. I mean, I guess it's a big problem. Right?
yes, you're right that potentially that's how to say that's black's only problem. In fact, like I mean, you have the square for the knight. Develop the knight from b8. This bishop can go to d6, can go to e7. Oops, and the other bishop is restricted for now, right? Well, so we could discuss it a little. Like if black goes bishop f5 too early, then one of the lines would be knight to c3, e6, and then white starts kind of messing with this bishop, right? Knight h4. Now, if you don't want to trade, you go bishop g4, and white goes queen b3, and then that's another downside of developing the bishop too early, because white gets this tempo. And then something like h3, g4 gets a pair of bishops.
Yeah.
Not to say that this is bad for black, it's just another line, not to everybody's taste. e6, yes, for now, it's not very appealing, but the plan, if, let's say, if white develops normally, well, for the say I've just played b2, b3, and we will talk of this later, but what I was referring to as Meran variation. It's knight c3, knight to d7, and then if you develop the bishop, that doesn't matter e2 or d3, I think bishop d3 is more popular, black would take, and then go b5, put the bishop on b7, and try to play c5. So the bishop will be developed on the long diagonal.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's kind of, in essence, this is the plan.
Okay. I think he played b3.
And he played b3. So b3 early is not only that you want to develop the bishop on b2, you do, but the main purpose of playing b3 so early is that you want to recapture with the pawn when and if they take. So knight to d7, and then I don't think it's bishop b2 just yet. It must be
Bishop d3.
Bishop d3, bishop e2, something. Yeah. So first you want to play bishop d3 and probably castle, and only then you develop bishop d2. Because bishop b2, well, let me see. I guess something like bishop b4 could be a bit messy. Knight d2, knight e4, you know, so they start kind of annoying you with some pins. Anyway, Fedosey played bishop d3. That's all for now. Let's move on. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, yeah. Because we have, I think, we'll be concentrating on top 10 boards, right?
Yes.
And this is one of the least developed games. So in some games already we have like 15 moves played, and so on. So board 2, just quickly, it is a French defense played by Sanand Sugirov against Nathindha, I believe.
Sana.
So that's,
Yeah.
yeah, so black is Sanand Sugirov, with white is, I believe that must be a player from India.
Yes.
Nathindha. Oh, so French defense, knight c3, bishop b4, and then white goes knight e2. Not the most popular move, and I'm thinking it must have been like first appearance of this move must have been like 1930s maybe. It's not that I was around, guys. Don't think I was around. It's just that, yeah, okay, some books. Right, so knight g to e2. Point being, white sacrifices the pawn, right? Black can take the pawn, you cannot recapture, the knight is still pinned. But in this case, you go e2, a3. Now, if bishop returns, you will take the pawn. So black's kind of greedy approach would be to take. Knight takes. Now, again, the pawn is hanging. While in case of knight f6, you do have some ways of winning the pawn back. The most straightforward would be bishop g5 and then take on f6 if h6 is played, so on. So instead, if black wants to keep the pawn, he plays f5, but this is very risky and pretty much a recipe for disaster. So white goes f3 in this case. this is very, very scary position for black. Yeah, so for one pawn, well, white gets like overwhelming lead in development. Like queen d4, I believe, should be lost after bishop e3 and long castle, you know, like huge attack for white. So this is something very risky. So in reality, I don't think black is advised to take. I mean, you can do it, but you can also do something like knight f6 and then play your French defense setups with white knight being on e2, not very very nicely placed. So that's an original system, but not a very scary one. And then I promised some games that are like very well in 15 moves or something. So I suggest we jump all the way to board 6, if you don't mind. Where we have board 6, we have Gabriel Urbani against Maxime Lagarde. Well, and here 13 moves played.
Already?
Yes. So let me find it. Yeah. So it's Sicilian defense. E4, C5, knight F3, D6. Here. And instead of I want to say much more popular knight of variation, A7, A6, black plays knight to C6.
Okay.
So, which honestly, still up to this day, I have no idea how to call it properly. I think it's like official name is classical Sicilian, which doesn't make much sense, to be honest. Okay, what's classical? Classical changes. After bishop g5, this particular variation is referred to as Richter-Hauser, right? But yeah, back in the day we used to call it for knight d6 Sicilian, which is kind of self-explanatory. You develop kind of all 4 knights move and then black plays d6.
Yeah.
Bishop g5, e7, e6, queen d2, bishop e7. So apart from bishop e7, you have like all the possible moves in the world. Like a6 is a move, bishop to d. Now I think a6 with the idea to go bishop d7. Bishop d7 immediately is not great. There is queen b6 for sure. There is queen b6 in this position. But yeah, bishop e7, castles. Here you can go castle short, and that would be another story. a6, f4, bishop d7, knight to f3. I think this is once again, after bishop d7, this is sort of a critical position. You can go king b1. I believe that there must be some other moves. Knight f3. Again, depending on how deep you want to look at it, right? Because like it's on a very primitive level, it seems, yeah, white's doing something strange. He didn't develop the bishop yet, and then all of a sudden he moves the piece for a second time. But if you think of it here, by playing bishop d7, black prepared to trade on d4 and go bishop c6. If he starts by trading on d4 and going bishop d7, then he runs into this bishop f6, and if you take back, it's queen to d6. If you take with the pawn, it's still a bit awkward, right? So he prepares by going bishop d7, and then we say, no, you will not exchange on d4. Instead, I'll put the knight on f3, and now your bishop on d7 is somewhat misplaced, maybe. So black goes f5, white captures, and here if you recapture with the bishop, once again, queen d6 wins white a pawn. Therefore, g takes. And this move f5 is very, very standard for these kind of structures, because, well, in this case, you could say white sacrifices the pawn, but is it really a sacrifice? Do you really want to take this pawn? Probably not, right? I mean, because if you do this, like all the black pawns, all the black pawns are terrible, and yeah, white should be much better with simple moves, even like bishop to d3, just exchange the line square bishops, and then you have a fantastic square on d5. So f5, queen to b6, and then white. So very often white would just keep the pawn on f5. White would just keep the pawn on f5. But what black is doing here, well, in fact, I'm not quite sure if I've seen queen b6, but there is one particular idea for black. Like black can play b4, and then if the knight is moving, then black plays all of a sudden plays e5, blocking the center, leaving this d5 square, and you could say, okay, what's that? It's a very weak square, but white knights are so far away from d5, right? Like you literally have to spend like 4 moves to get to d5, and that's why it's playable for black, right? That means, wait, let me get back to f5 position. Yeah, so an immediate e5 is terrible because knight d5. Yeah, but if you can play b4, drive the knight away, then go e5, that's sort of playable. So queen b6, and this partially explains why white decided to take. So now black's pawn structure, on one hand, kind of fixed, right? So no double pawns, nothing. But there is no e5. There is never e5, even if not knight d5 immediately, but e5 creates a lot of light square weaknesses. So white exchanged, and now it's once again white to move, and the moves I would be thinking about in this position is something straightforward like queen h6. I don't know if it threatens anything, just to go queen h6, maybe have this ideas of queen h5, so that's something to think of. This bishop probably goes to h3 after g3, once again pressing the pawn and trying to provoke black to play e5. And another very common move in such situations is just to play king b1. There is no threat for now, right? So you don't have to play king b1, but you know, the kind of the understanding of this move, the way I understand it to myself, and I got to explain to my students that you are not yet sure where your pieces belong, because black is kind of flexible. He can castle short, maybe, and go king h8. He can castle long. So depending on how black is acting, you will be kind of putting your pieces. And the king b1 move, sooner or later you will need it, right?
Yeah, and also it's very common move.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, right? So but it's kind of not. I'm trying to explain, like, why would you play king b1 specifically in this position? Yes. Because it's one of the moves that you almost for sure will make, and for the other you're not sure, right? Like you could play in some positions, you can play bishop e2 or d3 or go g3 bishop h3. Let's say you're not can't predict yet where the bishop's going to be the best. So you first play the move that will happen anyway, and then you decide, kind of look at what your opponent's playing and decide where exactly we put the bishop. Okay, so that was board 6. Next to it, on board 5, Alan Pichot against Jack Wanzel Rud. And here we have another Sicilian.
This is the board.
Board 5, I believe. Yeah, board 5.
So that's the Spanish grandmaster. Yeah, he's from Argentina, but representing Spain.
Wow, he's from Argentina.
Yes.
So then I have to pronounce the T.
Pichot.
Pichot.
Yeah.
Because for whatever reason I thought he was French, and therefore I pretended that I know how to speak French, and okay. Anyway, apologies. But something for sure will happen on this stream. We will be mispronouncing the names of players, so apologies for that. Apologies for that.
Yeah.
So another Sicilian, this time the Nidor variation, so a7, a6, bishop to g5, e6, f4, and black is going for so-called poison pawn variation, queen b6, but first includes h7, h6, and bishop h4, queen b6. And till that day, I have no clue whatsoever what is better for black. You can play queen b6 immediately and go for similar lines if white follows with queen d2 and then you take rook b1, queen a3, blah blah blah. Very long theory. Or you can do the same with the inclusion of h6, bishop h4. What's confusing is that if you do this, in the game white didn't play queen d2, but if you do this, you go queen d2, queen b2, rook b1, queen a3, so there is e5, but there is also bishop h4 takes on f6. And in this position, compared to the line without h6, So it's absolutely the same position, but with pawn on h7
It's
or
better.
h6. And which one is better? I don't know. Yeah, I believe the consensus is that it's better to have it on h6. But,
Yes.
but why? No one knows.
Maybe the bishop goes to h6.
So it's better for white to have it on h6 because black bishop might go to h6. Yeah, fair
It
enough.
can be?
Yeah,
Oh.
it can be. It can be in some cases because let's say you take, you go f5, and maybe white immediately, black immediately can go bishop.
Yeah.
Anyway, so white plays a tricky move, cunning move, a3, kind of blundering the pawn. But if you dare to take, all of a sudden knight a4, and this pawn protects b4 square, and therefore this queen is trapped on b2.
Goodbye, queen.
Yeah, a3, knight to d7, bishop c4, and black went with e5. Wow, this must be something very, very sharp. So after e5, I don't think we take, we move the knight somewhere.
To f5 or?
Yeah, this is very attractive. That's the first thing you want to do.
Yes,
like you go forward. So the question is, what's black's next move? Does he want to play g6 maybe?
He gives a tempo to bring the bishop on g7 maybe?
Yeah, well, first of all, it's not clear where the knight's going, right? I mean, we don't want to go, that kind of feels wrong to go to g3, cannot go to e3, so I would assume bishop f2 intermezzo, attacking the queen. And the problem that I have with this line, that after queen to c7, both the bishop and the knight are hanging. So which in these lines doesn't mean anything, because it's very often that white goes queen e2, takes castle wall, it says I'm winning, I have a decisive attack, right? So it's also possible in this particular variation of knight, because the king is getting stuck in the center, white gets some knight d5 ideas later on, so it's not impossible that this is theory.
But it's very risky.
Yeah, but what are the other options? Like knight e2 feels a bit passive.
Yeah. No.
And knight b3, covering the b2 pawn allows queen e2. Queen e3. And after queen e2, I don't think black wants to take this one. This is very scary, right? But he can trade. And I think these endgames, strangely, like white has very good prospects in the middle game, attacking possibilities, but endgames is usually normal for black, like quite solid. Say black would take, and I don't even know what we are taking with, because we also have to care about this pawn. So yeah, this is something I don't want to do with white. Okay, so something to think for Pichot.
Knight f3 is...
Knight f3, yeah, but same thing, right?
Yeah.
This check is annoying, and then, like, if you block with the bishop, you're returning, and maybe black gets a chance to take the pawn, particularly this pawn.
Yeah.
Or, no, look, knight d5 then. And it's not a checkmate, right? I mean, I thought knight e4 forces something, but no, bishop guards f2, so knight e4 allows knight d5. Taking on f4 now would be silly because bishop f2 traps the queen, and taking on f4 with the queen is possible, but also feels like very, very scary. Like the queen might get lost here. So, I don't know, yeah? Very intriguing.
Do you think he blundered or...
No, look, there is very good way to say, white would blundered. This I wouldn't know. It's very easy to say that black had everything prepared because he didn't spend any time. Yeah, the time control here, by the way, is like, what's it? 1 hour and 30 minutes with 30
minutes after
30, yeah, right, and also 30 seconds increment,
yes,
right?
yeah.
So that means when you see 1 hour 30 minutes on player's clock, that usually means that he barely spent any time, just 30 seconds per move.
And what is that clock in the background?
So this is, I believe, the large numbers. These are the time from the start of the round, right? So, well, that's actually the time. 1541 is the...
okay.
It is, yeah. So that's time in Italy, if you will.
No,
Yeah, it's time in Italy. It's the clock which signals it's time to have lunch
Yeah.
or dinner, which is very important.
That is the break time in Italy, 4 hours.
Yeah, no, okay. I was telling stories, right? So they take the lunch break very seriously, and yeah, one of the places I've been here in Sardinia a couple of years ago had a lunchtime break for 4 hours, 12 to 4 p.m.
That sounds heaven.
That's great. That's absolutely great. Okay, so we leave this one and we move on to something I don't even know. Like, do you have any preference on what players shall we check?
Okay, let me see. Maybe we check the board fourth,
Oh yeah, for
Jordan Van Forest.
Van
Yeah.
Forest. Yes, let's do. Jordan, how are you? Let's see. Okay, and here we have another Sicilian. Oh well, you know, my last experience for many years is commentating on high-profile events, and having so many Sicilians is such a relief, because like if it would be, you know, the top 10 event, you would have like 5 Petrovs and 5 Jocopianos, and that would be it.
The Sicilians are very exciting.
To see one Sicilian position is already a gift, right? And here we found like every other game is a Sicilian or the French or yeah. So
Are you a Sicilian player?
I've played chess for many years, right? So at some period in my career, I was playing the Sicilian, the Richter-Hauser. I've played a few games with Naidov, but it wasn't very serious, so to speak. So maybe a couple of years I was playing Naidov. And now I'm not even sure. Like if you force me, first of all, you will have to force me to play chess. I'm staying away. But if I will have to, we'll probably play something boring, like Petrov defense. You know.
Okay, and online?
Online, online you can play anything.
Yeah.
When I'm playing online, I'm mostly playing the Alekhine. E4, knight f6, exclamation mark. You attack your opponent's pawn on move 1. That's the best move in chess. Anyway, back to Sicilian. So for Van Forest, it was e6, knight c6, which once again, as experienced as I am, I have difficulties naming. Because in Russian, and this is the language I was kind of taught as a kid to play chess, so all the literature you would have in Russian and so on, anything with e6, a6, e6, knight c6, and so on would be referred to as the Paulson system. And then now you have the Paulson, in English you have the Paulson, you have Kan Sicilian, you have the Taimanov Sicilian, so I'm still confused with which is which. Which probably is not that important in our case. So knight c3, queen c7, one of the lines, and then I think a recent candidate, was it? I think it was Pragananda with white against, I'm not even sure, someone with black, and we've seen knight c3 to b5, Pragananda Firuja possibly, knight c3 to b5. I'm much more familiar with knight d4 to b5, and funny bishop e3 move after queen b8. The whole idea being that after a6 you go bishop b6, sacrifice a piece temporarily, but you're threatening both bishop c7 and knight c7. So that's one line that's possible here. And g3, the move that Van Forest's opponent Nurgaliev has played, is a very solid move, and it's a nice move, kind of to generalize the Sicilian, so to speak. That's like you like to play these setups with g3. If you like to play these setups with g3, you can do it pretty much against any line in the Sicilian. So you wouldn't care if black plays the Richter-Hauser, if he plays the Naidov. You can always play g3, bishop g2. So g3, a7.
G3 is not aggressive, right?
Oh, well, it isn't. And like some years ago, you could say it's dull, and you could criticize it and say if plays open Sicilian has to go for something sharp. But nowadays, everything changed so much with computers getting stronger and stronger.
Yeah.
And we realized there is no such thing as advantage for white if the opening is played properly, right?
Yes.
And therefore, people trying like new systems, original variations, and so on and so on. That's why like some obscure stuff even became popular.
The cow opening.
Yeah.
You know the
No. This
is
one I
the opening Anna Crumlin invented.
And
D3, D3, knight E2, knight D2.
Okay, okay. I mean, there is no reason to go worse with white, right? I mean, there is no advantage, but you can still kind of fight for it. So I would say G3 is reasonable. G3 systems against the Sicilian are perfectly playable. Bishop G2, D7, D6, castles, Bishop to D7. White trades here and goes Queen E2. So the whole point of this setup is to stop Black from playing Knight F6 immediately, or not really stop from, but like there is this Knight D5 idea if you put the Knight on F6 too early. And Jordan went with Bishop E7 first, kind of to add extra cover for the king, and then he's going to play Knight F6. Let me update on this one. Yeah, we are still here. So Nurgaliev, it seems like he's out of the book already. So after move 10, he has spent, well, roughly 20 minutes.
Where is he from?
I would guess Kazakhstan.
Yeah.
Yes, Kazakhstan. Yeah, so I've seen quite a few players from Kazakhstan, and fun to see some old friends. To be honest, like one of the players in here is Nurlan Ibrahim, and I believe like first time we've been to the same tournament must have been like 20 years ago, when I was still active chess player. I probably had higher rating than now. So yeah, that's another good thing about open tournaments, that you get to see friends that you haven't seen for a very long time. Okay, after Bishop E7, what does White do? I don't know really. Rook D1 or King H1 F4. Yeah, this Queen E2 move, now that I'm thinking, Queen E2 move is something not very common.
Queen E2.
Yeah, like not in these structures. I would expect, like if you want Knight D5, I would expect Rook E1 with the idea to go Knight D5.
Yeah.
Queen E2, I'm not sure where we want to position our other stuff. Well, we've gotten some update. So after Queen E2, wait a second. Queen E2, Bishop E7, White went A4 now. Kind of stopping B5. Not that Black was interested to play B5. Bishop F4, Rook F to D1. Not much I can say, to be honest. D6 is the only weakness for Black, but it's not that weak, right?
No.
And now I want to say that if the game goes as it went in our case, I'm totally on board with your comment that Bishop G2 is not very G3 Bishop G2 is not very aggressive. Yeah, it's not the most aggressive of the systems. By the way, just realized we have gotten some update on the time players spent. So perhaps we were somewhat behind the live position. So was not getting the transmission of the clock correctly. But life improved, yeah. All right, so blah blah blah. What else can we check? Whoa.
Which one are you?
Pichot. Back to Pichot, the most exciting. I'm already calling this the most exciting game of the round. Guess what? After E5, I said something silly that he will not trade. Well, where are we? So E5, FE5. So he did take D5, Knight F5, G6. So it looks like it only helps Black, right? So now Black can develop the bishop to C5. But he had a very specific plan of going Knight D5, Queen takes, so the pawn is hanging. It's the most powerful threat in the game of chess. Checkmate in one. Rook H7. defending the pawn, but there is still a difficulty for white to move this knight, right? If you go knight g3, you lock the bishop out, you allow this queen e3 check, which is very annoying.
Yeah. In
So
no way.
even a funny sequence like queen e3 and then queen f4 might win the bishop. It's actually quite rare. I've never seen this one. Like queen f4 and you trap the bishop, it cannot really run because in such a silly position. But it wasn't the plan for white. So white castled long, sacrificing the knight, and after g f5 e f5, that's a position we have on the board.
It's so impressive. Also, he spent quite time there.
Yeah, he spent quite a lot of time here, so that means it wasn't the preparation.
No.
It wasn't the preparation, it was rather over-the-board inspiration. So now what happens is, wait a second, could he... What's wrong with the... no, you cannot do this because d8 is still protected.
Very nice.
Okay.
Almost.
Queen e5, knight e5, yeah. So that was the idea, but it doesn't work yet.
No.
But it does explain why, for example, black cannot play queen c6. Because I thought, black can play queen c6, but now the queen no longer... sorry, that's some random errors popping up. I just have to figure out the way to get rid of them. So now the queen is no longer protecting d8, and we have the ability to play this funny looking combination. Knight e5, knight e5, and checkmate on d8.
That would be great.
Yes, I'm thinking black probably is not falling for this. But yeah, the position is quite scary.
So how many pawns for the knight?
Only one pawn for now. Yeah, but... it does look quite scary for black, because how do you develop? Like white has the kind of, if white is to move, next move is rook to e1, and then white is ready to sacrifice on e5. So black has to figure out the way how to go about it. Bishop e7 maybe?
Yeah. So here white has to be very aggressive and precise.
Yeah, after bishop e7, we definitely, like white player definitely has some initiative, some attack, but also has to be very precise exactly. And the feeling is, like, if we move the bishop, we kind of lose the momentum a little bit. So probably we trade, and then we still play rook to e1, kind of maximizing the activity of the pieces, again stopping silly nonsense like queen c5, because we can take on e5, right?
And win the queen.
Yeah, and f6 is also bad because of
light squares.
Queen g8, and then the rook is like almost trapped, right? Knight f8, and there should be, I'm not sure how exactly, but there should be something. Like, I mean, it cannot be that black king is not getting in trouble.
Yeah, I think blacks will spend some time here deciding what to play.
Right. Because it is like a critical position, right? It is a critical position. So, well, he has to remember not to blunder queen d8 idea. Oh, rather queen e5 rook d8. Because this is something that is strangely happens to people, that originally you see this tactical idea, and then you think and kind of you calculate a lot of lines, and then you forget kind of the initial problem. There was it's very kind of understandable in psychology, right? So you remember the first moment you see the position, you say, okay, I shouldn't do this because, and then you look like many other stuff.
And also that's why the checkmate in the back rank happened often, because you know they can checkmate you, so you are defending and then you forget.
So that's very common thing. Right, some development in other games. I'm not sure what do we... Okay, finally some position, well, something happened in Fedoseyev's game, but there is still not much to talk. Board 2, board 3 we never checked, so let's check board 3. It's Kirill Shevchenko, Ukrainian, currently representing Romania, if I'm not mistaken, against Nicolas Perosa from Italy, right?
Italy.
Okay, so here we have the so-called King's Indian defense, Bishop e2 castles
I love the king city.
with black.
Yes.
Yeah. So let me tell you, it was much more fun playing the King's Indian before players with white realized that they can actually get checkmated. Because nowadays they are very annoying. They are not playing the sharpest lines.
Yeah.
And by sharpest lines, I mean, of course, the good old classics like
Yeah.
e5, castles, knight c6,
Yeah.
d5, right? And then white is attacking on the queen side, and you go move the knight, go f5, and checkmate. So this is what I would say when I was 15. I was questioning why would you play like this with white. I thought black was almost winning. The reality is it's not exactly true. And this particular line, bishop e2 and bishop e3, it's quite modern setup, because it's not that easy. It's not that easy for black to organize like the pieces the way you'd love to, because if e5 happens, I believe e5 d5, and since you did not develop the knight from g1, you'd have some g4 ideas and so on, so you restrict black's active possibilities quite a lot. So that's why after bishop e3, black has played c7, c6, one of the possible waiting moves, so kind of waiting for white to speak up. Knight f3, and only then e7, e5. So d5, c takes. And with the c file being open, it's already much harder for black to kind of ignore what's happening on the queen side and just go knight h5, f5, because very often white will be first with some knight b5 ideas, like say rook c1, knight b5, knight c7. So black has to be much more trickier after that. So that's all for now in this game.
Yeah, he already spent like quite time too, because
half an hour to reach this position was black, and probably not a very good sign, if I'm perfectly honest. Like, if you are not familiar with all the subtleties of this position, you can easily get in trouble.
Yeah, but also it's the first round. The players don't have time to prepare for their opponents, right?
Right, and something that I didn't check. Can you check it now, please? Like, what are the ratings of the lower rated players on, like, say, top boards? So that for those of you guys at home who do not know how the Swiss system works, it's in round one, you have the list of players arranged by their rating, right? And then imagine it's a sheet of paper which is split in half, and something like that is done. So say if we have 100 players, the number 1 by rating plays with number 51 by rating, right?
So the lowest has 1900.
1900 is the lowest, but those who are playing with who are playing on board 1,
okay.
Say Fedoseev is 2690, and his opponent is Yilmaz Baber must be like 2300.
Is 2200, almost 23. Yes.
Yeah, so roughly 2300. So that means, while you would expect ELO favorites to win in round 1, it's still not an easy walk. So, because nowadays, like, everyone can play chess, right?
Yeah, for example, we have the surprise with Alan Pichot sacrificing a piece against FIDE Master 2200, right?
Right, and yeah, it's still the big question is if it's all sound, and if he will win, or yeah. Okay, so looking for something original and fun. Okay, I'm not able to tell which board that is. I believe it must be board 10.
Which name are you?
I'm looking at Erwan Lever with white against Jules Moussa.
Yeah, it's board 10.
Board 10.
Both French.
Both French.
Yeah.
So I'm just looking at this position that I have on, and this is like some weird caption we have running there. I hope it's okay. Right. I just seen the position on the screen. I thought it's quite interesting what's happening there. So it was, I'm not even sure what it was. It was some reversed Grunfeld or whatever you call it, with some funny move h7, h6. I don't even know what that's supposed to mean. h7, h6. It's strange, like if it's played by, let's say, someone who starts playing chess, I know, like 1400 player, I would go and criticize and say, okay, well, what do you do? I mean, you have to develop the pieces, and h6 is a bad move.
But because
it's played by a grandmaster, so you would think, okay, maybe he has an idea what he's doing. And I believe the point is that perhaps you want to avoid bishop g5 possibility at all. And like the naive way would be to go knight c6, for instance, right? White takes knight d4, and then you say, okay, I'm taking the center by going e5. And only then you realize that you are playing with black kind of as the white side of the Grunfeld defense, but you're a tempo down. And you will get in trouble specifically because of bishop g5 option. So that's a pin, and d5 is in trouble.
Okay.
Right. So h6, I would still find it a bit of extravagant, but it kind of explains why you would play h6, and
But
then
also it's a surprise, right? Because
yeah, well, so you're asking like if surprising someone
Yes.
matters. Yeah, but depends on how to say.
because all your ideas are bishop.
Yeah, well, maybe not all the ideas are
Yeah.
with bishop g5, but yeah, if you can keep the position playable and kind of force your opponent to play something original instead of the preparation, of course it's good. It's just that some people take it like way too literally and think any random move in the opening is a surprise. Like, and I might be surprised, but it's a pleasant surprise if my opponent plays a terrible move in move 4, right? So, but yeah, the whole idea of finding something to take your opponent out of the preparation and force them to play over the board is, of course, understandable. Anyway, so just fast forward, we'll not kind of stop on every single move. There was an interesting moment over here. Yeah, so after c4, black goes e5, knight f3, and you kind of have to go knight f3 because you play anything else like knight d5, knight c2, black's going to go d4. And sees quite a bit of center control and have a very pleasant position. So knight f3 attacks e5, at least now black cannot get d4. So black is provoked to go e4, knight e4, rook to e8, cd5, queen d5, knight b5. And here white is kind of happy because knight c7 is a threat, right? If you trade on d1, rook d1, still knight c7 is a threat, so you probably go something like knight a6, and then white says, you know what, the least I can do is trade, double your pawns, go knight c3, go knight d5 maybe, so I'm very happy.
And the rook is controlling the...
Yeah, the d file, absolutely. And then, so white goes knight b5, thinks he's very happy, and then he's running into this. Bishop f2.
Oh, wait. Can I ask, is
Yeah,
the
sure.
evil bar working? Because...
No, I don't think so. No, we don't have an evil bar on the stream, and that means it's not working. You want it to work?
Maybe the viewers all the time.
Yeah, well, if the viewers want the evil bar, we can do it, right?
Okay.
We can do it on the live board, or we can also do it on our analysis board, right?
Oh, it's okay.
Yeah, so bishop f2, and white decided to go king h1, which probably wasn't
But why?
all that great.
Why you... Oh, okay.
So you cannot take with the rook. Yeah, so that's the biggest problem. You cannot take with the rook.
And if you take with the
And if you take with the king, now honestly thinking that this was possible. Not sure if it was better, but it was possible. And I presume Black's idea was to go knight g4, king back, and then just take the knight on b5. So what he wanted with king h1 is he was expecting black to take, and then white captures on f6.
Okay.
Oops. White captures on f6, gf6, and only then takes the bishop. I think that was the big plan. But black replied with queen h5. Queen h5, and then bishop g3 is a threat, knight g4 is the threat, so you don't have the time to go, say, knight c7, because black would be just winning with bishop g3. So white has no other choice, takes the bishop. After knight g4, not to resign immediately, you have to go queen g1. And then at the very least, black can take here and take the knight on b5. Which, well, it's an extra exchange for black.
An exchange.
Yeah, white probably gets some practical compensation for the next few moves, like going knight a3, knight c4, a few
Rook
jumps.
F1.
Yeah, bring the rook to d1 or f1. There is a strong bishop, but if black plays carefully, he has to be winning. Has to be winning. So we are getting some positions where we can clearly say that there is an advantage for one of the players. In this particular case, black is close to winning. So now that we've gotten the evaluation bar, let's click through the games again and see, for instance, back to Pichot. What does Engine think about this position? Well, slightly favors white, but not much.
Yeah.
Slightly
Because
favors
the
white.
engine likes material.
Yes.
I think
but I'd say, you know what, if there would be something straightforward for white, the engine would be first to find it.
Yes.
Right. So that means probably if black plays everything correctly, he has some way of defending, and it's not more than, say, perpetual check.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean anything because we don't really know how hard it is to find everything. I was suggesting rook to e1, which Engine doesn't really like because of this move, king f8. Makes sense, by the way. You go king f8 and probably can play something like queen f6, and so what? And then it comes up with this line: rook takes, knight takes, queen takes.
More sacrifice.
Yeah, and white is a rook down, and even if white is to move, it's not clear what his big threat is. And despite all that, the engine has it as equal, which
Maybe
is
f6. Try to.
Yeah. Okay, let's check. f6, and then queen g3. It's not very intuitive. I mean, when you start looking at computer lines, sometimes you think, okay, I wish I could find all this tactic by myself. So it's queen to g3. Okay, this I can kind of get behind. Queen g8 checkmate, or queen g8, very powerful check. After rook g7, computer says queen h4. Now attacking h6, and again you have to defend, and it goes queen h5, and wants to play queen g6, from which it attacks g8 and h6 at the same time.
But these are very engine moves, like moving the queen.
Yeah, no, I mean, starting with rook e5 is already quite an engine move, right? So, yeah, but anyway, exciting times ahead after this bishop e7 and a trade on e7. Now, if I go a bit back, now the engine is not impressed. What's interesting, it always says it was around equal.
Yeah.
Castles, and yeah, so it's not like any side had some huge advantage. Okay. What we didn't check yet was
maybe board 6.
Yeah, board 6 is
Are we already?
Lagarde.
Yeah.
I mean, we can.
We already.
We can return. Not too many moves were played, right? F5, queen b6, I think we've seen this. Okay, now I'm happy, because king b1 move was played. So king b1, castles long, and then g3, king b8, bishop h3, attacking this guy. Knight a5, not a5, but knight a5 to c4, also makes sense. Knight d4, b4, knight c2, and black nonetheless plays e6, e5. So now if we imagine white never traded on e6, right? He would not have knight f5. Now he can take on d7, rook d7, and put the knight on f5 at least. Still looks like better for white. Computer's not impressed at all.
Yeah.
Not impressed at all. Computer thinks it's equal. Honestly, I would prefer to play white in this position, but you never know. Yeah.
Because it looks like he has a bad bishop.
On e7. Yeah. In the final position of this line, right? Bishop on e7. So counter argument probably is that this knight on e2 is not ideal. Again, like if we are talking about white having unlimited amount of time and he gets the knight on d5, then of course we are very happy. But there is no convenient route to get this knight to d5. I'm not even sure like what trajectory you could possibly use. I mean, probably this, but that means like you also have to spend a move on g4. So Lagarde seems reasonably confident in what he's doing. And again, look, I mean, a little bit of confusion. I'm not sure if this is the right time. Huh?
Yeah, I think it's the right time.
It is the right time. So he didn't spend anything.
No.
He's just in his preparation. So some good preparation by Lagarde. Back to Jordan 1-4 rest on board 4 against Nurgaliev. And here quite a few moves and some simplifications happen. So we've seen, I believe, castles, rook f to d1. Yes, Jordan played b6. So here I would think, yeah, now I see what the problem was, because I thought white clearly kind of telegraphs I want to play e5, yeah? And I would think knight d7 and then putting the knight on e5 would be not bad. I'd say white plays something like queen d2 attacking d6 and then you put the knight on e5 and you are happy. But I'm guessing in this case knight d5 is something that you should be kind of aware of. And now taking with the pawn is probably just bad. White takes, so this bishop is hanging, also the e7 bishop is hanging. Yeah, so you're winning a piece back with some benefits. But instead of after knight d5, of course, instead of taking with the pawn, black probably takes with the bishop and then goes e5, and this is playable. It's not terrible for black. And again, we can get back to this discussion that the bishop on g2 is probably not great. Yeah, so that was an alternative, I feel like, because after b6 he allowed e5. E5, d takes, queen takes, and after queen b7, trade on c6 and queen c7. So white insists on trading the queens. After this exchange and bishop c5, white also goes bishop d6. So a player with white clearly wants to simplify everything and try to make a draw this way, I believe.
Okay.
So the question is if this plan is going to work out. So what we do, I don't think we have to take with white, with black, because then white captures on d6 and this pawn is hanging.
And also the rook is active?
Yeah, rook is very active. So I was thinking, after bishop d6, one thing we could do, we could go rook c8. And then if takes, rook takes, now in this line with rook d6, black rook is also much more active on c5. One potential way of like making a draw would be probably like spend one move on rook b8, but then like if anything you can go knight d5 and then yeah, the pawns start trading. Very likely a draw. So the question is, however, like if you're one forest, you're playing this position, you're playing against much lower rated opponent. So normally in the open tournament you want to win.
Yeah.
But how do you win this position? How far can you push? How much risk can you take? That's always a question.
Also, the opponent, he looks very young, so I think.
Yeah, sometimes like you look only at the rating, and it could be that next, let's say, next couple of months, this guy increases 300 points, and
win the candidates.
Yeah, he has the same rating as you, and you think, okay, I was so naive to try to think,
Yes.
that was. So it happened to me a long time ago with one of Ukrainian national team chess players, Andrei Volokitin. At some point he was rated like 2200, and I was thinking I'm obliged to win with black, and I lost, and I was like 25 something, and I lost, and then kind of the next half a year he was pretty much the same rated as me, and it turned out the tournament we played was like kind of the beginning of his like big rise. So it happens.
Yes.
It happens. Ooh, okay. Let's see if we have
Board 8, maybe?
board 8.
This is Daniel Darda.
Right. We have it. Oh, okay. So in this game, I think we have this position for quite a long time. In this game, we have this position for quite a long time, so I'm not quite sure what has happened. So here, the Sicilian with an early e5, knight b5, d6, and this is what? Advanced Sveshnikov variation, or some people call it the Kalashnikov variation for whatever reason. So knight 1 to c3. Now, going knight f6 was transposed to Sveshnikov Sicilian, but black has better idea of what to do. a6 and bishop e6 is one of the options, I'm guessing. Honestly, I thought b5 was the move, but bishop e6 probably one of the options. Knight d5, knight f6, bishop to g5, he takes with the bishop, goes knight e7, bishop f6, g f6, and knight to c4. Alright, and we've finally gotten a view of this board, right? So what happens here? It's you have something very similar in the Sveshnikov. You have some positions that are very similar in the Sveshnikov, with black pawns being like f7 and f6. The only difference would be that the knight is getting stuck on a3 in the Sveshnikov, like because black would play b5 much early on. So now after knight c4, b5, of course, nobody is going knight a3. You will play, I don't know, knight e3. Probably. Okay, can you play knight d2 is another question. I don't know why. Yeah, I don't know why, but I wanted to see. Yeah, probably not the greatest idea. Even though I can imagine, like you go knight e4 and black has to go like knight b6 and maybe some queen f3 happens and then castle long. So white is a pawn down, but if something like this happens, the knight on f5 is quite nice. But the move he played, knight e3, is perfectly fine, of course. Perfectly fine. It's just that I was a bit worried, like if black starts with f5, f4, like what do you do? Maybe you go queen h5, and then if f4, you move this knight again. Knight f5, of course, is the move. But I was also thinking, like, say after knight f5, maybe you find that it's not enough of an advantage because of the opposite colored bishops. So if you are more ambitious, it could be that you try again to sacrifice the pawn, and it feels like very risky, to be honest, to take this. Maybe not so much.
Castle?
Yeah, castle. I was thinking knight f6, and then knight takes, queen takes, and white has queen f2. 3. And it is very disturbing because queen c6 jack, right? And then if rook c8, queen b7. I guess, yeah, queen b7 in this position. Computer already says that white is almost winning after queen b7.
Because once you take the
you
pawn, you bring the bishop.
The other, you develop the bishop to b5. Yeah, so this could be quite scary.
Yeah.
All right, so black instead goes bishop h6. Makes sense. Yeah, and now if you let black take, you're probably not very happy. Okay, we'll see. Yeah, if you ask computer, it actually says you do not move the knight to g4. You just go bishop d3
and here knight g4.
Yeah, but I was also excited at first, but then I realized bishop g7 and then f5 will happen.
Yeah.
So we almost like losing a tempo by going knight g4, which computer does not kind of fully criticize. It says it's possible. It's just that it's not great. So probably some bishop d3. Anyway, this one also looks very exciting, and after 13 moves only, already white is down to less than 1 hour, black has, a little bit more than 1 hour, so I feel like our coverage will become much more liver when we get to the time trouble, because every game will be, look here, look there.
We have many Sicilians too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, so on the very top boards, what else fun do we have? Oh, well, we have, I don't know which board it is, must be board 12 or something. We have a very interesting looking game by one of the Luca Moroni.
The amphitryon of this tournament, right?
Yeah.
Italian.
Yeah, and then he is playing against Konstantin Andreev. I don't know where this guy's from.
He's Italy too.
So he's playing for Italy.
Yes.
All right. So here it was the opening that should not be named. What they call it? I'm confused.
The modern?
Well, it's sort of the modern, but it also started with like very strange move order, like a6, b5 first. Yeah, probably we should refer to it as the modern defense.
Yeah.
b5, h5, castle long, knight d7. So, well, the whole idea is that black, for a very long time, does not define what he wants in the center, right? So he's like developing the bishops first, then like if you don't touch black's positions, he will go e6, knight e7, and be very flexible. Right, knight h3, knight to b6, bishop d3, and then Luca decided that he can play knight to f6, which is always very, very challenging move, because you have to account for e5 and then e6. So e5 was played, b4, first kind of pushing this knight away, knight e2, knight f to d5. Black is getting very strong knight on d5, but white goes e6, pawn takes. Now white could have captured on g6 simply.
In white didn't.
Well, I guess king d7, and black is kind of fine with that. But you can always, it feels like you can always take on g6. What's interesting, I'm looking at the computer line, the computer likes it very much for white after bishop g5. So kind of keep the bishop alive on e3, and then take the kind of g6 pawn is not running away. Like you can protect it for now with king f7, but realistically this is like very bad. You'll lose it anyway. And after white's knight g5, black went for probably forced but quite promising exchange sacrifice. He went king d7, knight to f7, queen f8, knight h8, queen h8. And now it looks like you can no longer take on g6 because, knight e3 or also knight c4. Knight c4 is simpler, right?
Okay.
No, knight e3 is nonsense. No, I'm sorry. I mean, you have to watch out, because sometimes I'll be saying nonsense. I thought bishop h6, but there is f4. so not knight takes e3, but knight c4 is good, of course. Yeah, you just win the bishop. So bishop g6 is not possible. That means one pawn for the exchange. right? One pawn for black for the exchange. Very strong knight on d5. I would say it looks very promising for black, like especially in the open tournament, as we were talking. Like you want.
Yeah. You think he can spec an attack on the queen side because the knight looks pretty.
Yeah, like well, you look at it and you think, yeah, the queen is too far from the queen side, but you can transfer it in one move. Like if you have some files open, right, you can transfer it in one move. There is also sometimes pressure on this diagonal, even like you can consider going c5 somewhere, right? So yeah, it's very likely that black's kind of next few moves will be, well, maybe he needs to consolidate a little, maybe like play bishop c6 and then push the pawns like a5 or 4. And white has to be very careful, because you want you don't want black to attack you, but at the same time, yeah, this is type of compensation. There is this stupid word that we chess players use, compensation, right? And if you ask, what's the definition of compensation? Oh, okay, it compensates for something, right? So intuitively we all understand what it is. So all I'm saying, like, there is different type of compensation. So I have an attack on your king, means compensation. I have some, I don't know, you have an extra pawn, but your pawns are doubled.
Yes.
That's positional, that's different compensation.
It's compensation.
Yeah. So what I wanted to say, that in this position, it looks like black's compensation, it's not necessarily time-based. So it's not because black only has like an initiative or something. So he has some long-term positional pluses. Like the knight on d5 is a very good piece, and it's not getting kicked away anytime soon. So if white does not play energetic enough, black can allow himself to play quite slow. Like prepare the attack, go bishop, it doesn't need to sacrifice anything. Go bishop c6, push this pawn like a5, a4, and then look, do you want b3, do you want a3? That looks very comfortable. Computer has it as equal, but then again, what's equal?
Well, this pawn on b4, I find it very pretty, like we restrict the knights, like maybe can play any pawn. Right.
Even the move like c5, which is okay, it's white to move, so we can play a move like bishop g5, for instance. A move like c5 is also possible, and yeah, you can see that c4 is not out of the equation. If you take, you probably lose because check, and I wasn't sure. Well, computer says bishop a3. I was thinking even this looks funny. No, this is bad. In fact, bishop a1 would be lovely to put this sort of checkmate. Yeah, but bishop a3 serves the same purpose. It's just better. Yeah, and black wins this way. So definitely looking promising for Luka.
Okay.
Anything else that we want to check? Board 1, we started with Fedoseev, and I can bring his position on the board, so it's Fedoseev against Yilmaz. The thing is, it's one of those lines in, I don't even know, like, should I call it, but probably semi-Slav is the safe way of referring to this position. One of those lines where, like, no one knows what exactly do you want with either color. So, first things first, like, everything is on the board, not a single pawn is traded, and you would think, like, I've played all the moves I want, and now it's time to go break in the center, but not really, because on the previous move it was more or less the same position. You would say, yeah, okay, let's go. It doesn't work, so white includes kind of semi-useful moves, and he's also probably not afraid of black breaking in the center, because otherwise he would stop it, right?
Yeah.
So that's a tough position to play, and also tough position to commentate, because you can have, like, what I find sort of easier for the commentators and also more instructive, if you like, is when you have the pawn structure that, like, already formed,
Yeah, he
some, the French, and then white plays e5, and we can immediately say, okay, white has, the
ideas.
space on the king side, he will be pushing on the king side, black will go c5, blah, blah, blah. Here, you have no idea, I have no idea, no one knows, maybe players do not know, what pawn structure is going to look in 5 moves. That's why, you can, of course, highlight that, okay, c5 for black, one of the ideas, e5 is another idea, white pretty much e4. Now I'm thinking, strangely, one of those cases where white having the knight on d2 probably, arguably could be better than having on c3, because then white could have gone knight e5, which he cannot do with the knight on c3.
Yeah.
So yeah, feels like e4 is what you're looking at, but again, this can be played for a very, very long time and stay intact. Like white just played rook c1. Let's say black finds something as useful move. Queen c7 to b8 to a8. Who knows? h7, h6. Maybe a useful move. And then white starts thinking again, and white says, okay, now play h3.
Yeah, so here black has to decide.
Yeah, okay, let's just for clarity's sake, let's try what's wrong with e5, let's say. So cd5 is bad. That's first thing to mention, that you actually run into e4. Because very often, calculating lines in such positions, you say, okay, I can take CD, they take CD, and then let's go, right? But here you have to watch out that there is e4, so CD5 is not possible yet.
But what?
E4 is a threat, so probably we take.
Yes.
Knight takes, and maybe then CD5. Even not caring much about this bishop, I feel like it's not so important, and let's say after black captures, knight b5, and thanks to this pawn being isolated and white being able to kind of put one of the knights on d4, also the other one on b5 is nice. It could be the white is somewhat better in this position. I'm not sure. Maybe black doesn't have to take here.
Maybe take the knight.
Take the knight. Maybe not take at all. But yeah, takes the knight. Queen takes. Right, same thing. C takes. Always has this knight b5. Annoying maneuver. So it feels like maybe it's too early for black to play e5.
Maybe prepare it with...
like queen e7, something. Yeah, like queen e7 is something that they very often do. Also with the ideas of going bishop a3. One of the annoying things you can do, you can go bishop b4, and it's not that you want to take immediately, but if white goes e4, then you can take here, exchange everything on e4, you'll get opposite colored bishops, so on. And white is annoying because the bishop is quite stable on b4, and if white goes knight a2, you say, okay, fine, I want a draw in this position. You have higher rating, yes. I agree, yeah, I agree for a draw, and try to find a better move than returning the knight to c3. No, seriously, it's an interesting psychological trick, because if you're higher rated and you play this game, you almost do not look at knight c3, because this allows your opponent to repeat. But if I just give you this position and say, okay, what's the first move that you want to play? Of course, I see my knight on a2, it doesn't do anything. Let's go knight c3.
Yeah.
So this could work. Yeah, I'm not saying white has to play knight a2. He can play other move like h3, and yeah, you just keep waiting. So play queen e7. So whenever they go knight a2, you say, okay, I'll go back to d6. So well, for the Serb's opponent, at least for now, he's doing reasonably well. The position is around equal. On the second board, one of the least developed games, because after 1 hour of play roughly, we've gotten 8 moves only. 8 moves only. So that's not hint ha. Pardon, that I believe I pronounce it terribly wrong, against Sugirov. This was this French with knight e2, and one of the rare moves, Sugirov played one of the rare moves, knight to c6.
He decided not to take.
Yeah, so knight to c6, a3, bishop a5, b4, bishop b6, bishop g2. Oh, sorry, bishop b2. So this way makes sure that the d4 pawn is still protected. Bishop b2, but black says, nah, I just gave knight e7. I'm waiting for you to define what the structure gonna look like. And white eventually played e4, e5.
Okay.
So now, if I get it right, knight f5, white's gonna play knight a4, protecting this guy, but also getting ready to trade on b6. So what black is supposed to do, I'm not sure really. I mean, the question is, why is he thinking for so long, Sagirov? Because, say, you can always say, I'm just castling, I go f6, I play my usual French defense. Not sure. f6 immediately. But then again, you can ask, why f6 immediately and not castle, right? You're probably not castling long here. Yes, I'm thinking it's either castle or f7, f6. Yeah. Who knows? Maybe he's looking for some.
And after castle, can try to go f4 or
With white, yeah, this is I'm somewhat afraid of with white, like to overextend those pawns, because now knight f5, and in some positions there will be this silly check. Also, apart from the pawn on d4, now I'm threatening some knight e3. Computer's not impressed, it probably still goes knight a4, yeah, like knight e3, queen c1. But then, yeah, it feels awkward with white, right? So we kind of don't have the time to back up f4. So if after f4 it's us again to move, and we say you have the knight on f3, so then f4 is probably... Yeah, so here I would probably start with knight a4 anyway. Because it feels like it's something that you have to do. In all the variations that we look at, knight a4 is something that we have to do. So probably start with knight a4. And after, say, f6, we trade here, and we do queen d2 and just play this position, which probably both play fine with bishop d7, bishop e8. This is like one of the ways to activate the bad French bishop, is to go via e8 to g6. So it's a very knight f5 is not a move. No. It was my silly analysis. Very complex strategic game. Right. So I'm running out of ideas. Maybe chat knows. Maybe your chat or some other chat knows what we have to check. We have access to quite a few games here. It's just that I'm lazy, so I'm not going checking like too many games. But I could if. Let's say if we have a request to check some particular game. Okay, let
me see. So what chat we need to open? I have the...
Whichever has suggestions. If you have like your viewers requesting something, we can go all the way to check streamers' games.
Yeah, that's
it's just that I have to find because there is one hiccup with the software I'm using, is that it does not show the board number, and therefore I will have to screen like all the way, I guess.
So you do we have the B group or not?
No, I don't think we have. In the B group there is. It is a bit. I can see something. Right, Botes Alexandra, Botes Andrea.
Yeah.
Okay, who's playing the gambit? Does anyone of them? No, queens are on the board, so no Botes gambit today. No. That's the only thing I know from the streamers world, that there is such thing as Botes gambit, and this is not necessarily the best gambit. Anyway, Alexandra's position looks quite impressive, to be honest. So it was what? It was the French with, not the real French, right? D3, knight D2. It's what people call the King's Indian attack.
The King's Indian attack.
Yeah, so there is no attack really. It's just that white plays as black would in the King's Indian, and therefore, yeah, like King's Indian, and white pretends that he's attacking. Anyway, on move 15, let's say we click on move 15, and we see that this is like if white was playing with black, if white was playing the King's Indian and also played it quite badly.
Yeah.
So, already here.
I don't know what he's doing the knight on f1.
Yeah, he's got stuck somehow. Wait a second. So, well, a suggestion to say to improve of the d4 probably should have. Yeah, knight f1. You're right. Like knight f1 here probably was not to the point.
Yeah, because
like maybe you like take, maybe yeah, like knight f1 d4, and then you have to react. And he reacted with c4, but then this knight got stuck after a6, a3, e5. Bishop d2, a5. Well, black also kind of wasted a little bit of time, but that's fine. So one thing he could have done, and it's always a big debate in this kind of King's Indian. Let's imagine we put the colors reversed, so we are playing with black, the King's Indian. There's always a question how good / bad it is to just go a4 and say I close the play on the queen side for both of us. Like I don't have any play, you don't have any play. And then black has a square for the knight, white potentially like in a long distant future, maybe this knight somehow gets to b5, but not more than that. And but here with white pieces being so badly placed, this knight on f1, I think somewhere just f5 is gonna come and you don't really have any counterplay.
Yeah, because all the pieces are being
it's so strange.
interrupted.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you want this knight to move, but
and also to bring the rook back to f1.
Rook to f1 to have f4, yeah. Anyway, so white played rook b1 and then spent quite some time and decided there is nothing better but to go bishop c1. And this is normally when you know something went wrong.
Yeah, all the pieces are in the
back range. Queen c7, knight d1, bishop h6. Yeah, bishop h6, by the way. I don't know if it's like really good in this position, but that's one of the ways to get rid of the bad bishop in the King's Indian, right? So this bishop, it's not like you're planning to take on d2, but you're waiting for white knight to move. So this happened, knight a4, white decided to go bishop b2, queen a5, and again bishop c1.
What?
Knight c3, here, rook a6, and bishop b2 again. Well, he's dancing back and forth.
Yeah, he doesn't know what to do. He still doesn't have moves.
So rook b1, so rook b6. Why did I say b1? Rook b6, and what's white doing? I think black is almost winning.
Yeah.
So you go here, and black can simply continue developing. Can go knight a4 as well. I'm guessing knight a4. And if bishop c1, I was thinking queen c3, just to illustrate. I mean, that's why I'm showing this line. To illustrate that sometimes this is pretty much the winning maneuver.
But the knight is not...
Yeah, the knight, but then we take the rook, right?
Yeah.
So the knight on a4 is not hanging. We are taking the rook. That's I thought queen c3. And then if queen takes, the whole point is that we take with the pawn. And we clear the square for the other knight. Yeah. This is just terrible. All right. So
what is she doing?
I don't know. I don't know. Probably not game-related stuff.
Yeah.
Probably not game-related stuff. So that's one. The other one is well, Andrei. I don't know if we have to seriously check Andrei's game. Honestly, it looks like a bit of Fischer random.
Fischer random?
No, it's not, but like, look, the king is on c8 and the queen is on e8. Looks like it was played in Fischer random. How do you get this? So at some point black went queen e7, then long castle, then went queen e8.
Queen e8. Okay.
Because seriously, it looks funny. It looks like black was playing the modern or, hippopotamus defense, as they call it, like when you put everything, like knight on d7.
And
and then, right, and then, like, so black was playing this, but also confused where the queen and the king has to be in the starting position.
Yeah.
But no, seriously, okay, we can just say that white has to be like much better with that much space and everything, and okay, let her figure out what to do. Let her figure out what to do. I think again, like I'm a lazy person, so I would just go king b1 and press the clock and let my opponent figure out what,
Yeah,
what
because
he wants to do.
yeah, improving. I don't know what else to improve. Then
Yeah. You know, sometimes it's also a problem when the position is too good. Yeah. Yeah, if you are full serious, that probably white has to look for the ways to start an attack. Right, yeah. Okay. So let's go back then to the top boards. Let's go back to the top boards. Maybe we have something somewhere.
Maybe let's check Pichot and his.
Yep. This one was.
The most.
He has done something really strange, but probably not bad. So that's what? That's board 5 once again. Alan Pichot against Jack 1-0 Rudd. Hey. Right, and this was the position we've seen, right?
Yeah.
And then what happened? He did play Rook H to F1, which was Engine's top choice. King went to F8, and then some mysterious move, really. Bishop to B3, almost like losing a tempo.
Why?
Which computer didn't like initially. It's a good question why. So I suspect, let's say, if we imagine black to move, let's say black goes queen c5 and you want to be free to, let's say, go queen f2.
Yes.
So in some lines the bishop will be hanging. So it's not like absolutely stupid move. It's not like you just say pass.
Yeah.
But yes, still you would think maybe I can find something better than bishop b3. Compi was giving king b1, by the way. So after bishop b3, it favors black a little, still with the same queen c5 move, but the move that black played, rook g7, apparently is not great, because now computer favors white.
But rook g7 is not a defensive move, right?
Yeah, it's a strange move, right? Because you could argue that, say, yeah, the rook on g7 is not bad, right? But at the same time, you're not threatening to take.
No.
And you're not, like, how to say, even if you could, why would you want to take? You're a piece up, so your kind of objective as black is just to develop this stuff, make sure you're not getting checkmate, you will win anyway.
Yes.
Right? I mean, if you develop all the pieces, you win anyway. So rook g7 takes g2, even if it happens, it doesn't really help you.
No.
What it does, it kind of helps your opponent somewhere, because he will have f6 with the tempo. I say, after rook g7, and I imagine king b1, for instance. It's, you know, it's Engine's top choice, so I feel a bit kind of cheating suggesting king b1, so full transparency, it is Engine's top choice. But also, like, if you're a player with the white pieces in this position, you think, you probably like calculate all the straightforward lines, like you check f6, you check, I don't know, g4, h4, g5, and if you don't see something forcing, what you do, you say, okay, for my opponent, it's also not easy to make moves. So what I will do, I will go king b1. So in all those those lines, there will be no queen e3 check. And I'll see what he's planning to do. Because say queen c5 loses, plain and simple, because of this trade, rook d8 and f6. And again, this is a big drawback of having the rook on g8. You don't lose the rook, but instead you lose the queen, because you cannot stop this pawn.
Promote him.
So if not for queen c5, it's a big question what black wants. I suspect one of the reasons he played rook g7 that he actually wants f7, f6. And g8 is protected, right? So maybe this is kind of the real reason.
Yeah.
However, especially assisted by the machine, I can refute this plan.
You can
refute this plan. Queen d2, computer is very happy about queen d2. Hitting h6 after rook h7 goes, no, this is silly. This is computer lines. Back to d5, back to g7, and only then it shows its real intention, which is queen e4. So it goes queen e4, queen h4. Remember that, like this very slow maneuver, but it's not so easy for black to do anything.
And to find that maneuver is not easy either.
Yeah, okay, for white I agree. Like, it's not easy for white as well. Like, first of all, king b1, and also even like if f6 happens. So anyway, let's pretend we don't know king b1 is the strongest move. So this is something to consider. But then black takes, and queen e5. Computer is not impressed. Knight g4 says equal. After this crazy line, rook f7, rook f7, check from h8, king e7, rook e1, knight e3, probably cannot go anywhere, knight e3, then it takes on f7, king f7, and some check, and probably not even the perpetual. I would expect, like, it was giving equal zeros, right? Evaluation.
Yeah, but here pictured with not want a draw.
No, he will not want a draw, and also he's not forced to.
Yeah.
So once again, I forget that we have both the analysis board and the live board, and the the evaluation bar that we have next to the live board has nothing to do with the variations I'm showing, right? And in this position, white is better if he finds the king b2, king b1 move, which he might, by the way.
Yeah, because after king b1, black needs to think what to play and probably make any mistake.
It's not easy. I mean, it's not easy. Again, I'm not even sure what's the best. Yeah, f6 is the best move according to the machine. f6 is the best move, or queen f6. Okay, we could check queen f6. Queen f6, white has a couple of strong moves. One of them is bishop a4, interestingly. And again, you cannot move the knight because queen d8 and the same thing. Queen d8, trade, and go f6 in the end. So bishop a4, black is like, you can move that, it says move the queen back to b6, which doesn't make sense.
But
we just take back. Yeah, we just take back, and we have a better
position.
We can take here, or even more precise would be to play f6 first.
Yeah.
f6 first, and then when the rook moves somewhere to like g, then g5, g6, just take this guy.
And if he takes the f pawn?
If he takes the f pawn, we just take b7. Because remember, back in the day we had a pawn for a piece, and now it's still there. So, I mean, we want the piece back, so that means white is a pawn up, and also, the king is still not ideal. So, well, at least for computer, this is winning for white. I would say in a practical game, you still need to work. It's not automatic. Like black goes rook e8, he has the passed pawn, so you still have to be careful. But at least knowing that your position is winning objectively is kind of helpful. And we are shown Jordan 1 Forest, I believe, on board 4. So let's check. Remember, it was a Sicilian with a lot of early simplifications. We've seen something like that. First, the time we left, we've seen something like that. So Jordan ended up trading. I'm a bit surprised, to be honest. Ended up trading and going rook b8. A5, B takes A5. Rook A2, H5. And H5 is one of those moves that you need to play sooner or later, just to have a loop for the king. Rook takes, rook d8. Rook takes the other one, rook d2, b3, and honestly, g6 comes at a bit of a surprise. I just realized what's the point, because I thought rook c8 was very strong, hitting the knight, and if the knight goes, we take back c2, but rook c8 allows rook a8, and then trade, and then he comes back to a2. The black is still finer, I would guess, but
having two extra pawns.
No, one pawn.
One,
yeah,
yes.
But the pawns it's probably not the pawn is the problem, but the fact that the b pawn will start running, and we don't have enough counterplay here. But the move he played, g6, isn't he worse once again? Can white play like rook c5, for instance, to kind of make sure? It's not easy. Like, I do see what computers suggest, king f1, but this is not, this is not the most obvious move. Maybe it is, now that because king e1, I want to get rid of the rook on the second rank, and I was a bit scared of knight g4, but then knight e4, defending this also with a tempo. Yeah, you're right, knight e4, and white is better. So that means that one of the Elo favorites, Van Forest, he's in a bit of trouble. Okay, if we believe the computer at the very least. Once again, the trick that higher rated player can go for in the open tournament can offer a draw.
No.
Can offer a draw. Just to, okay, I understand my position is bad, but maybe my opponent will accept a draw.
Yeah.
But it's very unlikely to. Anyone is very unlikely to do in round one.
Yeah, round one. Always there is some
always want to be to win, always want to win, and some players will lose, I have to say. Like, even from the very heavy favorites by rating, someone will overpush, someone will get too optimistic, and we will see some surprising results. I am sure of that. Let's go back to Luca Moroni.
Okay.
This fun position with the sacrifice, with exchange sacrifice.
The two Italians.
Yeah. So, after queen h8, king b1 was played, and black indeed replied with c5. So c5 and cd4 is one idea, and there is also c4. Probably c4 is kind of more desirable thing. Go c4 and then push all the pawns.
And he's starting to get in.
Low, to get in trouble.
Yeah. But I like more the black position here.
Yeah. Even computers started to give black some advantage. It was around equal after queen h8, or slightly better for white, something. Now it's already in black's favor. But not only that, the idea that black has the initiative, it's much easier in chess, it's much easier to play with the initiative when you play attacking moves, when you see some objects you can create a threat against. And what else? There was a somewhat controversial, I think it was on one of the streams from Magnus, but somewhat controversial quote. So he was quoting Garry Kasparov. Magnus was quoting Garry Kasparov. I'm not sure if Garry said this or written it somewhere, but anyway, the quote goes like, you create 10 threats in a row, you win the game. So if you manage to kind of attack something 10 times, or create 10 threats, and I don't know, what does it imply? Does it mean that your opponent blunders, or does it mean that
maybe the opponent cannot handle it?
This is one interpretation. The other could be that in order to have the ability to create 10 threats in a row means that the opposition is so good that it's objectively winning. Like in many cases, you create a threat, he defends, and then the next threat maybe comes after 5 moves or something. Yeah. Anyway, so it's an explanation how much easier and how much more comfortable like players are playing with the initiative. All right, I'm scrolling down just to see if we are getting any results. No, not really. Too early, perhaps. But for sure, some like crazy positions. Crazy positions here and there. Right, I'll have to, well, at some point we'll have to, study the list of players.
Yes.
Because I love, I've written read the list of players. It's just that I love coming up with, like tricky stats, like the oldest player, the youngest player, and so on and so on. Maybe number of federations participating. Yeah, but full disclosure, we've arrived yesterday. It wasn't an easy trip, so
all day.
we need a couple of days to kind of get everything settled, and then we will provide more stats, more information, and so on and so forth.
Maybe we can check the first.
We'll have the list of the top boards, but after a short break. That, to be perfectly honest, I'm planning to have very soon. If you are fine with that, yeah. So we've started, or rather, round started a bit late. Yeah.
Yeah.
But still, I'm sure they've played at least 1 hour, 1.5 hours. At least 1.5 hours. The round is in progress, so that means maybe it's not a bad time. While the games are still in progress, no time trouble, so we will not miss an awful lot, hopefully, and we will be back soon.
Yeah, we'll be back soon.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just waiting for the break screen, and we can run away. welcome back everyone. So we are back to covering round 1 of Sardinia World Chess Open. And on our screen currently are streamers boards, right? We've, among other games, we mostly concentrated on like top 10 boards, but also we try to take a look at the streamers boards every now and again. So quite a big playing hall, as you can see.
Many Indian players too there.
Yeah. So
I play against him. Yes.
So you've played some players.
Yes.
Well, tell me. So you've played recently, right?
Yeah.
You've played open tournament in
Menorca and Formentera.
So I'm the only one who's not playing. Okay, fine.
I came back. I was not longer playing, but I decided to start again. Yeah.
Right. Maybe I will one day, but it's still too early. Feels like too early. I should remain inactive for quite some time. I'm not sure why do we have this one on the board. This is Lagarde, right? It was our board 6, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. I think somewhere around this point we were having the conversation how this bishop is bad and white has like access to all the light squares. But interestingly, now we are on move 27, and what I was thinking that it's easier to play with black all of a sudden. Now that if you look at it, white is pushing his pawns on the king side, black is pushing his pawns on the queen side, but black has an object for an attack, which is the king. What white is trying to achieve is still remains to be seen. Again, you probably want g5 at some point and open some lines and get the rooks there, but black's targets for the attack are more substantial, so to speak. Yeah, and if you guys just tune in and wondering what's happening with the white on our camera,
Yeah, they are. No budget.
we just prefer we prefer it this way. Now, we looked very professional at the start of this broadcast, but now, since, well, just at Alexandra's right hand, there's a window, and a lot of sunlight is coming, and the camera adjusts, and therefore we look the way we look.
Yeah.
But this will get fixed. Nah, okay, yep. Have to check how we look now. Could go back to chess. Blah 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 blah. Where is something? Yeah. So for now, I have to say, so the only kind of top seed on first 10 boards who is really in trouble is Jurgen Forest, because I was talking a lot about how black has compensation, but Alexandra was the one to correctly name the factor which is the most important. White is a pawn up. I'm sorry. Like, all your compensation doesn't matter. White is a pawn up. And I don't know what exactly has happened. Like, in terms of like, could he really play it better? So g6 we've seen, and then white just made for something very straightforward. Rook a8, exchanged one pair of rooks, went back to a2. And remember we were talking that knight g4 is not good because knight e4, and he fell for it. So he fell for it. Knight g4, knight e4, rook d4. Maybe he was thinking rook d4 is good, and then there is rook a4 now. There is rook a4, even worse. Yeah, rook a4. He also wins another tempo because you can never trade. Can never trade. This pawn will run away very fast. You don't have rook d2. So Compi was giving some line like rook d1, king g2, f5, I think. Yeah, point being that if you move the knight, probably black still goes rook d2, and this is like a serious counterplay. But it turns out you play h3 this very moment. You play h3, and then if you take white takes, this should be completely winning because all the black pawns are like really, the pawn structure is damaged. And if you move the knight, this is the moment when I can go knight g5, and again, white is so much better.
And correct me, the knight's endgame is the same as king's endgame?
Yeah, so that's what they say, yeah, which is think it's again quote from it's a quote from Botvinnik or someone like really the big brain of 1950s, 60s, right? And obviously it's a bit of a stretch, right? So there will be exceptions. You can always find exceptions in chess. That's why this game is so so complex. But yeah, very much. If you wonder, let's say, how to access some positions, you calculate the long line, and at the end you have like a knight endgame with side passed pawn.
Yeah.
And then you ask yourself, okay, with only the kings it would be winning, so probably it's winning. Like, so I would not say exactly the same, but probably.
Okay.
Right. So
It's not a principle. Then.
well, it kind of the tool to help you to access some positions, but it will not always like equal. Let's say 3 versus 2 pawns on one flank, like FGH against GH. It's winning with the kings only, and it's a draw with knights and kings. Yes, so there will be some exceptions.
Okay.
But yeah, if we were referring to this specific one, if black would have captured, then yeah, white is winning, and I strongly suspect if the c pawn is not there, white is still winning, simply because the a pawn is so powerful. So they will kind of divert this knight a lot. So this a6, let's say, and yeah, I'm almost sure you don't need the c pawn to win. I mean, it's easier with c pawn, of course, but you probably don't need the c pawn to win, because you bring the king in the center, somewhere to like e3. Black's gonna go with the king after the a pawn to go all the way to b6, and then you collect all these dudes on the king side. Yeah, so that's roughly the plan, how you win these endgames. Alright, so when Forrest played rook to d7, keeping the rook on the board, and white, still some accuracy is needed, but probably you go something like, yeah, h3 was just played, h3, knight to e5, and then king f1, e2, and then you start moving the pawn slowly. So Jordan, he's in trouble.
Yeah, he played king g2 now.
White played king g2. Yeah.
Yes.
Also makes sense. Well, that's interesting how we are getting the move on the camera faster than we get it on the digital board.
Because it's in real life.
Yeah. Okay, so there is that. But other than when Forrest being in trouble, this endgame is not really exciting. So I suggest we switch and...
Pichot.
Pichot again. Right. He found 2 consecutive. Well, there's not a lot of stuff happened. But he found 2 computer moves: King B1, Queen F6, and Bishop A4. The one that we were looking at. And his opponent just played knight. What? No. The knight B6 was my silly analysis. I still have it. Yeah. Knight B6 is exactly what you don't do, because this is winning, right? This is where we looked at it. Yeah, and then F6 check just wins the game for white. So Bishop A4 and white wins the knight back. Black cannot really do anything.
Yeah, but both players has already 30 minutes.
Yep, so still not a big time trouble. It's move 21, and also the position will clarify a lot, right? So let's say somewhere here, when he's a piece down and everything is so complex, you need maybe 10 minutes on each move to figure out, right? Once you get the piece back and you'll get some endgame with an extra pawn, you can do a lot of moves quickly.
Yeah.
So yeah, Pichot is very likely to win. On what else? Board 3, this King's Indian turned to be not very exciting. So board 3, Shevchenko against Perosa. Like slowish positional play. I believe white should be somewhat better, but not by a huge margin. And what black usually does in positions like that, I think, probably has to trade.
Queen takes.
And then queen takes, and something like knight e8, and then you prepare f5. You don't want to go f5 immediately, because your pieces are far away, like and opening the king side might actually be beneficial for white. But your source of counterplay as black is still f7, f5. So you get knight e8, you get queen d8. Like knight e8 is not a bad move because you control c7. Like in some positions you would go knight h5, and maybe here you can go knight h5, knight f4 as well. But knight e8 doesn't feel that bad with the c file open because you control c7 and you guard the d6 pawn, which is also important. Like knight c4, you still can get queen d8, and like I'm not sure if you will ever play queen h4 here, but just to have the queen on d8 so that you have an option of playing queen g5, queen h4 helps. So this would be perhaps like typical King's Indian thing, right? So white is better, both players know it, and black doesn't really care. Because, counterplay against the king, one cannot ask for much more than that. What's really exciting is the position on board 2, the original French defense that we had in Segurov's game. So e5, remember, I think last time we've seen it was after move 8, white played e5.
Yeah.
So black went knight g6, and here computer recommends h4 immediately, h4, h5, which is a very typical thing to do, like to disturb the knight. Whenever you see the knight on g6, like going h4, h5 is very attractive, but it is a pawn sacrifice. So black theoretically can take on h4. I suspect it's just not good, but not obvious, to be honest, because I thought of knight f4 immediately, knight f4, queen g4, but this is not ideal, of course. You allow
another pawn.
You allow bishop d4, yeah, that's too much. So computer suggests you sacrifice the pawn. If black takes, now you play knight a4 and you pretend nothing happens. Like if knight goes back to g6, you just get knight g3, you're playing this position pawn down, but you've opened the file for your rook, right? So the h file is now very useful for white. Okay, okie dokie. So here, white has done it the other way around. So went knight a4 first. Black continued with f6, knight g3, pawn takes. Now white exchanges on b6, goes d5, castles h4, but this allows black to take on e5. And what's interesting, he has captured with this knight, which computer is not. So computer was suggesting this move, interestingly, knight to e5, and h5 is not good. I mean, h5 looks like it wins the piece, right? You move the knight, I take the other knight, but it's not good because of an intermediate queen f6 with a checkmate in one threat. And if queen d4, I was thinking like maybe queen d4 is the move. No, queen d4 runs into c5, and black is just crushing. Takes. If you take with the queen, let's see. Knight f3 trick. Knight f3, pawn takes, queen takes b2. Yeah. So all those moves with the tempo, right? So white had no chance of capturing this knight on g6, even though it was hanging. So in the game, black captured with the other knight, and there is no move since. But I suspect b5 we will see something very similar. b5, queen to f6, and so on.
Yeah.
Queen to f6, attacking f2, and black is better immediately.
Maybe instead of going b5, he would develop the bishop first.
Yeah, just go bishop e2, and I think this is something that computer recommends doing, like bishop e2. No, still queen f6. Wait a second.
Because the pawn is hanging, right?
Yeah, queen f6 still attacking this, and also this knight f3 and take the bishop trick.
Yeah.
So what computer is doing, in fact, is knight h5. Okay, knight h5 stopping this business with queen f6. And then it develops, and so we can say that the bishop on b2 is a very strong piece and probably compensates for the pawn that white has sacrificed. Okay, we'll see.
This is
the player with the white pieces.
It's a woman grandmaster.
Lady, yeah.
I think I play against her.
Ah, so you play
Yes,
against it.
yeah, I
Wow.
play against her.
Queen to d2 is also a reasonable move because it protects the f2 pawn. So black can go knight g4, attacking this, f3 force the knight back to f6, and then
Bishop.
probably just play this position, maybe bishop e2 or h5 first, then if black plays h6, bishop e2. So white is a pawn down, but he has pair of bishops, the bishop on b2 is strong, maybe some compensation for the pawn sacrificed. Still not, not super exciting. On board 1, update on board 1, didn't check this one for a very long time. It's a game of Fedoseev and Yilmaz. And remember, it was this position where everybody had all the pieces on the board. And all of a sudden, like after a few moves,
They exchange.
a lot of exchanges. Knight e4, rook c3, bishop d6, and this is a current position. I don't know, bishop d6. It's a funny move. I thought it was a blunder at first. I thought you can take, and point being, if bishop a3, you win with rook c8, right?
Yeah.
But instead of bishop, after rook c6, instead of bishop a3, you take the pawn on h2 with a discovered attack. Yeah. But this is a dangerous type of trap when you pretend that you've blundered. Like you kind of pretend that you've blundered, or so bishop d6 is a possible move, and the best white can do is actually just take on d6, and this is what he has done. No, okay, I mean Fedoseev is a very strong player, so he will not fall for the cheap tricks.
And now he will work on the c6 pawn.
Yeah, somehow white needs to prove that the c6 pawn is weak. It's actually not so easy now that I'm looking at it. It's actually not so easy to prove that the c6 pawn is weak. I mean it is, but how to attack it more than 2 times? Like queen b7, there is like at the very least queen c7 or even rook c7. Yeah, computer recommends some silly moves like h3. Computer does recommend a funny move.
What?
Queen to b5, attacking the pawn. And if you take, you indeed lose.
Yes.
Because we take the rook. You have to take, rook takes, and then white takes the b5 and wins the pawn. So this is your Botis Gambit illustrated. And I don't know if queen f6 is the move. Yeah, like queen f6 is a possible move. You just don't have to take the queen. But anyway, queen b5 is a funny move to make. Right, but still, computer says like it's about equal. Optically, I would still think white is slightly better. So the game goes on, and okay, one for rest is still in trouble. Pichot has played bishop a4 and winning back the piece. We agreed on this one. On board 6. Urbani against Lagarde. Black went for b5. Oh, this looks like a final attack in a way. Queen e6, b3, c takes, a takes.
Yeah.
Or c takes looks like a mistake. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you're supposed to play, to be honest. It looks scary already. But when you take here, you open the A file. So A3 is normally what you do. Like you exchange on B3, you go A3 and you say there is no attack here.
But I can...
we will sacrifice for sure, right?
Yeah.
I'm not sure if immediately... Okay, with computer help, I can tell you that this is winning, according to the machine. You go here, and then the next move, doesn't matter what white does, you sacrifice. And knight b4, queen a3, knight a3, and then queen e2, and this is like, this is the line which holds the entire variation, so that after queen a6, you're like threatening to win by sacrificing on a3, and also you keep an eye on this rook on e2. And after queen a6, if it's played, there is no way to defend for white. So we can possibly wait for him to make another move. Ah, no, it's white to move. Sorry. So
Yes.
it's in case of a3. But if you don't play a3, then again the position looks terribly bad. No, not much. Also the time difference. So white is down to 14 minutes only.
Yeah, he will blunder something.
Yeah, it feels like Urbani is going down in this one. What else? We were looking, remember, at this game of Darda, Daniel Darda with black. This weird-looking Sveshnikov line with bishop h6 and white playing bishop d3. This is where we are at now. And what's going on? Black is up a pawn. I don't know where he managed to take the pawn. And also, like, having this kind of setup is like potentially, if black, especially if black gets like the knight on e5, potentially black can develop a very strong attack. Like this bishop on c4 is very silly. The bishop on c4, like, how do you use it? Like, okay, maybe you take the a pawn. So rook b1 was played, some queen a5 I expect, to be honest. Queen a5 is bad, you see. I mean, whenever you start analyzing with the computer, it's actually terrible. It's actually terrible because all your human knowledge, experience, everything goes out of the window. You just have to blindly follow the computer moves. Let's see what he's going to play. Computer's move is queen to c5. And the reason for that is that if white trades, rook takes, white takes on a6.
Knight takes.
Now, yeah, like, not even knight. Yeah, knight takes is one of the most. Like, rook a5 is also kind of strong. But knight d5, yeah, knight d5, targeting e3. Yeah, this is terribly bad. Oof. But yeah, he's thinking, and he can go wrong because if, let's say, black were to play queen a5 as I was trying to do, then after bishop f1, it's already equal, and you cannot take d5 because of a check, right? Like takes, queen d5 or knight d5, it's same, it's check on c8. Yeah, check on c8, deflecting the knight, and also the queen is the queen is still there, so you cannot go king g7. Like if you trade first, black would have king g7. Yeah, rook c8 wins. And now you know what's funny? I wasn't sure why would you play bishop f1 and not, let's say, bishop e2. But if you go bishop e2 in the same line, it seems that no, there is no. Then it's queen a2 and you attack this. Okay, never mind. Anyway, bishop f1. The game would kind of restart with... and he did play queen... No. He's still thinking. He's still thinking. Darda? Okay.
Yeah.
What else?
But his opponent is just a kid.
He's playing with a little boy.
Yes.
How old is the little boy? Can you check?
Yes, let me tell you.
It's what? It's boot.
He's from Turkey. He's from the 2009. How old is that?
2015, 14, 15. So not, interestingly, not too young.
Yeah.
It's incredible. Like chess got so much younger than that. Now you're not a grandmaster in 15. It's almost like almost like you have to give up on professional career, which is silly. By the way, I just figured out that we have our first result on the very top boards. So Musar won. Yeah. And I think we've seen the position somewhere here, and we said, white should be just a little careful and he should convert. Oh, sorry, black has to be a little careful, and he should convert. And the final move in this game, so black like defended g7, consolidated, developed everything. White went h3 and blundered even more with bishop h3. So now, when you take also the queens are coming off the board, and there is no chance whatsoever. Right, but even without h3, it's not like white has all that many chances, it seems. But yeah, this is what will happen in most of the games in round one. I mean, till certain moment you can compete with this like stronger players, grandmasters, but then they are just like a little bit better at every move, and it adds up, right? So it's not necessarily that you make a terrible mistake and lose immediately. It's just, yeah, they are playing, the average quality of a move is a little bit better.
But h3 is a blunder.
h3 is a blunder nonetheless, yeah, he didn't have to do it. It's just that it's not clear what he should have done. I mean, black is still winning, right?
Yeah.
Black is still winning. It's an exchange up for black. Luca Moroni is still playing. Oh, can I go back to this game? Luca Moroni with Konstantin Andreev. The exchange sacrifice and then c5, this position that we've already discussed.
Yeah.
Because what I like is what they've gotten on the board. I'm not sure if white was doing stuff correctly, but okay, rook g8, queen g3, knight d5. Such a beautiful structure, pawn structure in the center. Computer's not impressed though. Computer thinks that white is perfectly fine, suggests taking on g6. So I'm not sure. I would be very optimistic with black.
But what happened on the attack?
Yeah, you're right. Maybe black kind of took some strange decisions. So he took on d4, knight f4, queen f4, okay. Yeah, like rook f8 is a little bit strange as well, right? So there is no attack. We were planning to attack with moving the a pawn and so on. And interestingly, over here after bishop g5, computer suggestion was very interesting. So to take on d4 with the bishop, which is somewhat counterintuitive, to take with the bishop, and if white takes, to take with the queen, to take with the queen, and after bishop to g6,
c4. No, the queen thing.
yeah, so idea was, well, computer's idea is queen g7. I was also thinking like even trading the queens. No, trading the queens, then h5 is bad, yeah. So queen g7 and like a very, very nice formation of pawns in the center. And then you're threatening knight c4 as well. So he didn't do that. And it looks like a very nice pawn center, but in the current position, after rook e1, this battery is blocked by its own pawn, yeah. So not great. Still around equal, of course, but the fight is back on. At some point, looked like black will overtake, but the fight is still on, and he just played bishop to e5, where reportedly white is better. Well, if you only check computer evaluation, computer likes white a lot. Goes queen f2, and I suspect there will be threats of going queen e2 and then targeting a6 pawn and so on and so forth. So somewhat black, it seems like somewhat loses the threat of play, and also our camera is a bit
Low.
yeah. All right. So I think we've promised to show the list of players after the break. I don't know if it's ready. Not yet, but we will. We will tell. We will show when the time is right. I mean, you know, as the commentator, you have this power of saying it's not the time yet, guys. Please wait. It's coming. So that's exactly what we will say for now.
Yeah, maybe we take a look to the streamers now.
Yes, let me find their games. Okay, this is
not with a number.
Yeah, number is not very helpful, but I think I have it. No, I don't see Alexandra's game. Yeah, wait. No, it cannot be. It cannot be the same game. It cannot be the same game.
Oh, she won. Wait, what?
It cannot be the same game. It is something wrong with it. Remember, we've seen some absolutely different position.
Like the King's.
Yeah, it's something like
Indian.
King's Indian. Yeah, so
Yeah.
that's a lot of. Okay. This is the real game.
Okay.
I guess. This is, yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
from the camera view, you can see it. Yeah, this is the real game of Alexandra. And indeed, she's much better, or probably just winning. Like, completely dominating here. B5, knight f to d2. Well, b4 is a powerful move. b4, and you cannot take on b4 because knight b4 and then just takes the rook, I guess.
Yeah. The winning.
And if you don't take b4, once again, you are not very happy that you are running out of moves. Yeah. So well played.
Yeah.
Still, like, the job is not to blunder something in one move, but yeah, looks like well played game. And for her sister Andrea,
I think she's sacrificing. No.
well, Andrea, interestingly, like on her streams, she's playing a lot of like blitz, bullet, like super short time controls. Now playing classical after 25 moves, she's down to 7 minutes. So that means, like, it's it's a little bit different. So
25 moves. So she needs.
15 more moves, and she's with 7 minutes only. But we will see. So she's gotten to this c7 square, rook ge1, takes, queen e7, queen c4, and eventually she decided to take on c7, which apparently is a mistake. Wow.
It looks a mistake because it's 2 pieces for the.
No. I think this is what she's accounting for. So if you just take on c7, I think you are winning because you take and you go d5, right? Takes, and you go d5.
Okay.
Yeah, and you win the knight. And the refutation of knight c7 is actually much trickier. Black goes knight c to e5 first.
Yeah.
And if we take with the pawn, then black takes back on c7. And white is up a pawn, but, the pawns are doubled.
Yeah.
And also the bishop is cut off.
It's like
right?
a wall there.
Yeah, it's like a wall, so the bishop cannot really join, and black is perfectly fine.
And now black is attacking.
The black potentially can attack the king. Yeah. So that's why she. Wait a second. If she could start with bishop c7, was it better? No, bishop c7 is even worse. Problem with bishop c7 is that black does not take but goes rook c8.
Yeah.
So it's tricky. But this is the problem with game of chess in general. You never know, like, when the position is good enough for you to go for decisive, or what you think is decisive combination. So before this knight takes c7, well, computer, in fact, again, like if we use computer, says just keep the position as is, you're almost winning. Go bishop h2, this is what computer suggests, which is not the first move you look at.
No, because you want to.
Yeah, you want to make progress, right?
Yes.
You want to make progress. I'm thinking, could she play something like e5? Okay, I drop half of the advantage. Okay?
Yeah,
not full advantage, but at least half of the advantage.
The bishop is.
Yeah, well, the bishop is not ideal, but also, like, black bishop is not ideal, and I was having some ideas about d5 later on, but no, knight b4, and black is relatively fine. Anyway, after knight c7, we will see what her opponent's gonna do. Because if he'll take...
Well, he has 42 minutes.
42 minutes, yeah. On the other hand,
I think he will think.
Yeah, he can think for quite a while. Yeah, I agree. Whoa. We have... I don't know whose game that is, but, just to show that not all of them...
Oh, wow.
Not all of the games are, so tense. I mean, some people already won being 2 queens up.
Yeah. That's checkmate.
Yeah, it is.
They play until the checkmate.
Some people play until the checkmate, and with two queens on the board also.
It looks like Italian names.
Yeah, so I believe that's one of the last boards must be. Right, so okay. So what we can say that Alexandra, from the streamers, Alexandra is close to have a winning position. For Andrea, she was winning. And now after knight c7, it's all up to her opponent to find knight c5, after which the game is back on. If he doesn't find, then probably White's winning nonetheless.
But after all this analysis, they still be equal, right?
After what? Not knight c5?
No, take.
This one was better for White.
Yeah.
This one is better for White. Like if Black takes, which is the most tempting move, then you take, go d5.
Yeah, but knight e5 is difficult to find then.
Could be. Yeah, could be not an easy move to find. Maybe there are other moves, like what happens if you play pawn to e5? Then you resign because... No, not resign, but White is better.
Yeah.
White has knight d5 with the tempo attacking the queen, and then we'll move the bishop. The game of chess is hard, what can I say? Like, it's very easy to miss a move and change the valuation entirely.
I remember yesterday, chess.com tweeted, what is your first memory with chess?
Mm-hmm.
And I remember my first memory was crying because I found it really difficult and everyone knew how to play and I was the only one doing nothing. But
wow, this is very often the experience. I don't remember my own because I was like a very little kid when I went to, not even the chess club. It was called something else, but pretty much I wasn't even 6 years of age. But I remember that I was crying at some point.
Really?
Like you lose, and it's so, for whatever reason, it's so.
Yeah.
You immediately translate it in you being stupid. I mean, that's the pain with chess. Like you go and play table tennis. You have expectation that, yes, I don't know how to play, and the other person is probably better than me. And if you lose, okay, you understand, you have to train. But with chess, the moves were on the board, the pieces are the same, so if I lose, that means I did something very stupid.
A simple mistake, it cost you all your training, maybe qualified a title, whatever.
Yeah. One mistake, and this is why it's so cruel that all your previous work in this game as well can be erased with one mistake, right? So if we are talking football and it's 80 minutes of the game and we are up 3-0, and we make one mistake and it's 3-1, it's 3-1, we are still winning, right? In chess you played 40 brilliant moves and then you blunder a rook and bye-bye. Right, and then you were working for 3.5-4 hours and then you blunder the rook and it's gone.
That's why it's important to be in form, like to do some exercise. Some chess players like Magnus Carlsen, I think he's
one of the more sportive guys, right? I mean, he's one of the more sportive guys. But nowadays, especially, I think chess all of a sudden became like a real sport with a lot of training, a lot of preparation before the game, at least for the very top players. You have to be fit, otherwise you just cannot handle all the pressure. Okay, so looks like we're back after some attempts to show you guys the list of players. And I'm searching currently for something to show, and this is like, yeah, it's a lot of very exciting positions on lower boards, but perhaps once again I have to get back to Grandmasters on the very top. If there,
maybe we can check the 14th board. There is another Italian Grandmaster.
14th board, can you give me the name, please?
Yes, of course, is Lufgard, Michele,
Yeah.
against Lodici, Lorenzo.
So Lorenzo with the black pieces,
Yes.
right? Whoa, what's going on here?
That's the 14th board.
Yeah. Okay, something happened, rook c1, blah, blah, blah. What do we think about this? I don't know, really. Like, the obvious factors of, I don't know, black having two bishops and so on, do not really apply here, right? Because
the center is close.
the center is closed, the bishop was specifically on b7 is not doing all that much. Maybe something that I want to mention, that if white would have his knight, let's say on c3, somewhere better placed, one of the ideas would be not to move this rook.
Oh.
Like, okay, let me play, it's a made up move, it's not a good move here, but just to illustrate, let's say takes, and then black loses the tempo, and I go I go knight c3, and black loses the tempo again, so we pretend that something like this happens. So, if I can play knight d5, and I'm so happy, so the pawn is very strong, the knight is very strong on d5, and okay, in this particular made-up line, white is already winning. Of course, black would not be forced to take the exchange. Let's say after knight e2, okay, let me do this. Let me lose a tempo like that, and after knight c3, if this is bad, black doesn't have to do it. He's not forced to take on c6, right?
Yes.
So here, however, it feels like white will have to move, and the whole question would be, do you go to b6 or you go back? Because going to b6, it's with the tempo, it also keeps d6 pawn under attack, but there is some danger that this rook will never come back.
Yes, and also the rook is in the open file. But
he played rook c3, so he preferred to go rook c3, and we are currently getting our studio lighting fixed. So I don't know.
Better.
This is much better. It will get even better, I hope, when they finish. But for now, it's much better for you, and it's terrible for me. Anyway, so rook to c3. Well, the position somehow is not getting me very excited, because with white I would like to attack this king, but I don't know how to do it.
And also, then we need to improve the knight.
Yeah, it's weird, because like very often improving this knight would mean to go to f5 to sacrifice it, and then they cannot take because they're getting checkmated. And it's a perfect plan, but the last part of this plan, they are not getting checkmated. Yeah, it looks like it didn't help an awful lot.
Okay.
So after rook c3, you know what? There could be this funny line. Let's say, let me invent some stupid move for black. And stupid move, I mean like
A5.
skipping the move. A5,
A4.
There is knight f5.
A5.
Knight f5. It doesn't win, I guess. What I was thinking, it probably gives a perpetual check. Yeah, you go queen g3. Takes.
What are you doing?
Just to show that this line exists, right? There is no point in doing it for white. Yeah, but there is a perpetual check. like that.
I mean, this is the 14th, right?
I guess
Yeah,
so.
white is 2200.
So he could be very happy with this
Yes.
draw. Yeah, could be very happy with this draw. Well, computer's consideration is to go rook c8 though to trade the pair of rooks. But generally, computer likes white position, slightly prefers white position. So that means the player is white, Mikhail Lovkart. He kept cool against Grandmaster till 27. And by the way, when I said silly move, I did not know that it will be played. Maybe it's not so silly after all. Maybe white has to, black maybe doesn't have to oppose the draw which happens after knight h5 or knight f5.
We didn't think about.
Yeah, we didn't think if white has more than a draw.
Yeah.
Because well, computer all of a sudden says a3, white is better. So maybe the whole thing starting with a5 is.
But I love this place.
Yeah, the line. You know
It's
what?
difficult to do that.
Knight f5, no, it's not all too difficult because knight f5 itself is a very typical move. So like to see the whole line immediately, maybe it is difficult, but like knight f5 is so typical that you probably check. Well, he didn't play knight f5. Well, the reason you don't play knight f5 could be that there is not a lot of threat, right? If black doesn't take, if black goes bishop f6, maybe you can't really do much.
Yeah.
So I like the move which was played in the game, queen c1, so he controls the c file here. Rook c8, and then say go a3 now. This is what computer say. Yeah, maybe there is nothing forced, you know. Maybe there is like nothing forced for white. Just white is just slightly better, and the game goes on. By the way, so almost perfect. Yeah, not really. The studio is getting better after all.
Always the first rounds.
Always the first round, yeah, and we are also not like doing the best of job, but well, we are trying our best. Absolutely,
exactly.
Absolutely. So, well, tracking, checking. Well, we are still here.
So
Rook c8, queen c8. Yes, I'm thinking if you trade, you probably cannot really lose with white. So one of the attractive things for white in this position is that, and computer still prefer queen d2 and says white is. Wait a second. We attack this guy, and also we quite possibly want to play bishop g5. So black's only problem is the bishop on b7, which currently doesn't do much, because you would say, okay, let's take on g3, double the pawns,
but
and it's
that helps a lot.
That's like
because now
we get the queen on f6 and it's a checkmate. Yeah, absolutely. No, this will not happen. It's just like to illustrate how can one go wrong very quickly. And I'm checking like some really exciting positions on the top board. Maxim Chigayev, by the way, the guy that we did not mention yet. I think it's board 9, if I'm not mistaken. So Maxim Chigayev
from Spain.
Back in the day was playing for Russia, but now represents Spain for I think for a couple of years. Whoa. And here we have an interesting development. Like, I will not go back kind of showing all the game, but
26 moves.
Recently, what happened recently, so white starts an attack on the king, goes g5, black goes queen a7, rook g3, bishop e3, and white takes with the queen. So you would think, let's keep the queens on the board because we are attacking. But after rook e3, I think the biggest problem is bishop to g4. And regrettably, you have to take it.
Why?
Because the checkmate on d1. Yes, after queen e1, rook d1 already wins, but queen e3 is even stronger, right? Queen e3 and rook d1 checkmate. So bishop g4 would give black the advantage. Okay, it's not a winning advantage. All of a sudden, it's only like a slight plus because white has some queen e6. But why would you allow this? So queen e3, and now, like if black exchanges, it's opposite colored bishops, but with the rooks, I think it could still be better for white, because this pawn is quite weak, right? White's gonna go bishop c3, and black will have to defend the pawn, so that's a little bit passive, and then white takes the file. So imagine if I'm playing this game with white, I would still be somewhat optimistic. So I would not think, okay, this is like a dead draw and I have no chance. I would still be a bit optimistic.
Yeah, also being a grandmaster. You know the techniques.
Yeah, well, here, on the other hand, like, you could also think, again, being a grandmaster, I couldn't prove advantage for 26 moves, so maybe I'm doing something wrong. No, I'm just saying that, yeah, this is still, the game still goes on. What was something we had, like, very, very exciting? Lagarde finally beats Urbani. The game with a3, remember?
Yes.
b3, a3, okay, this one. And he found the strongest move, just went queen a6.
Yeah.
And white went knight c1, knight a3, ba3, rook a3, threatening a checkmate. And yeah, I don't know what happened. Probably there was not much white could do. He captures on b3, goes rook d2, and just check here. And the fastest way perhaps is rook to a1. Threatens this. If knight takes, black takes the other rook. Interestingly, we said this bishop was bad, and maybe it was bad. It's just that black didn't need it to win.
Okay.
Right? Yeah. But something about this game that I think I've admitted at some point, that it turned out it depends on if you have the objects for your attack, because white was pushing the pawns, black was pushing the pawns, white king was there, and if we would imagine like black king being on h8, maybe white would be more successful, like going g5 and creating some threats, but like white was attacking the empty part of the board, right? So there was like, you push something, but there is no threat. Okay, so far it's the result on the highest board, board 6. Black has won. Then again, one forest, we mentioned he's in trouble, I think, yeah. And oh well, in one forest game they're playing very fast. I don't know what happens to Jordan. He's almost lost, and he's playing so fast, like not looking for the resources. I don't know. Yeah, so white does everything correct. Rook b6. King f4, c5.
Now he wants to win the...
Yeah, he wants to win the knight, but the trick is that white actually can play c6. And if you go f5, white just goes c7, right?
Yeah.
White just goes... No, wait a second. Wait a second. That's beautiful. I thought it was c7, and then you run away. Rook e4, but you do not run away. If you go here, it's knight to e1, and there is no way to stop knight f3. Honestly, I was blind. I thought you just go knight f3, king f3, and you win. But because I was only looking at knight d4, knight e1 is a beautiful checkmate. However, c6 is winning. It's very hard to find, because c6 f5, you do not play c7. First you go king g5, and this is really tricky. You go king g5, and if black takes, and he has to take, then you first give a check, push the king to the last rank, and then you go c7, and you win, like, because of many reasons. I mean, first of all, c8 is a checkmate, but even if it was not a checkmate, the important thing, there is no checkmate to white king.
Yeah.
So now the only question is how easy it is for white
to find
the line, and also kind of to believe that, okay, I'm beating a grandmaster, because this is also some kind of dangerous or rather hard thing to overcome when you are a lower rated player, to believe that I'm actually winning, right?
Yes,
because
that's true. Because
very often you think, okay, he has some trick, or I'm scared, or I will not do this. And
yes, that's true.
He knows
what he's doing.
Yeah, I've been in this situation myself.
Yes.
So you look at the variation, you think, okay, it looks so good. No, probably I'm wrong. Probably it cannot be this good, right?
Yeah.
And sometimes he would just like not go for something which was very promising for you, simply not believing yourself. So that's one of the perhaps most important things. So don't be ignorant, don't ignore what your opponent is doing, but also don't trust them blindly.
Yeah. That's why I drew a game against an international master, and I was completely winning. And then he offered me a draw, and I was so scared and
confused, right?
Yes, confused, and I decided to accept, but it was a big mistake. I had to battle that game. Yeah.
Well, that's always it could have been worse. Imagine you decline the draw. And you go on, and somehow you make a mistake and you lose. And then next time, you have the winning position, and you would be okay. Now I'm telling you my story, because I was always like, especially like as a prizing player. So when I was like 2400, 2500, I was still kind of progressing. And whenever I would get like a promising position against someone who is higher rated, I would like, I want to win this game. I want to win this game. And at some point, I've lost quite a few that kind of this, bad beats when you have a good position and then you screw it up. And I was thinking like during the game, and it's not like someone's offering me a draw. I understand, okay, this is a higher rated opponent. I have a winning position or like big advantage. And I will again do something silly. And this is my thought. Instead of calculating, the game, I'm thinking, okay, I will do something silly.
No, and then you...
And very often I would do. So then I became much more cynical. So once in the Bundesliga in 2006, 2007, I've gotten a reasonable opening advantage against Rishi Anand with white. And instead of looking how to win, I thought, okay, I'll be clever. This is the world champion. I'll just force a draw. So everyone was happy. He was happy to escape, and I was happy to make a draw.
Yes, of course.
No, but that's that's not the winner's psychology. That's what I'm saying. Like you can improve your result this particular game, but what Alexandra said was, of course, much more to the point in the long run. Just play. Like if you're scared, don't play game at all.
Yeah,
right?
Depending. If you need to draw the game
because of the tournaments again, that's another thing.
Yeah.
It's another thing. But in general, you just play, right?
Yes.
I mean, if you're scared, why would you play the game in the first place, right? Why do you start? Like there is always a chance that you will lose the game, but also like we are all playing to win. Speaking of one for rest and his opponent did not go c6. He captured the pawn on e6, which is absolutely winning. So just made it simple. So the king is not. So what's wrong with f5? Now you go c6.
because they can.
Yeah, they cannot take with the rook. Yeah, they cannot take with the rook. And even if it's black to move, still he cannot do much. So e3, king f3.
It's not checkmate, no.
Yeah, wait a second. No, e2 you just stop it. e2 you just yeah. There is not much he can do. So Jordan looks like he's lost. Some g5 line computer is giving some g5 line. Okay, and then if you're stupid, you can go king f5 and actually get checkmated.
No.
But you go back to f3, and you have this square as well. Yeah, it's just winning. And this will be our first like big upset, kind of, right? So lower rated player, like completely.
And what happened with Pichot?
I thought he won. No, no. They're still playing. Sorry. Pichot's game is this one, right after bishop a4, which we've seen quite some time ago, but now players getting shorter on time, so we'll have like a lot of moves quickly. So he won the piece back. Black, I think wasn't this the line we were analyzing? I think it was.
Yeah.
I think it was, and exactly the same thing happened. Queen e4, rook d3, queen f2. So the game goes on. White is once again absolutely winning according to the computer, but you still have to win it. Well, b4 was one of the moves White was kind of advised to play by the machine. before. The other one is tricky king a2, because if you take, there is again this cheap trick, check and win the queen. We'll see. We'll see. I think he's winning. He's also better on the clock. Like, I'm thinking, if I'm playing this game, one of the things that I want to do, I think my opponent is desperate to find some counterplay, like queen f2 is played with the intention to play f5, and I'm thinking, what can I do to allow him to play f5, because I want his king to get weakened. I say I go b4, if black plays f5, which is a desperate move, then I have rook f3 first of all. It turns out I also thought I might have queen b7 with some rook d8 ideas.
Yeah.
So all in all, looks very bad for black, to be honest. It's
Yeah,
very bad. So
he
Pichot
plays-
is winning. He did play rook f3 immediately, which is also good, I believe. Yeah, which is also good. Rook f3, black's... I mean, black can give a check, right? Black can give a check, but he cannot... I suspect he cannot take the h2 pawn, because queen h7... Queen h7, queen h5... Rook b3. Okay, I mean, once again, it's very hard... When I started to follow the computer lines, I cannot think. I'm only following the computer, because here, let's say, my human instinct was that I go queen f5 first,
Yeah,
threatening
like,
this, threatening the rook also, because
Yes.
the pawn is pinned. Rook e7, but it turns out I'm not winning. I don't know why I'm not winning. Because
And
queen
now-
g2 and takes another pawn, and I'm still much better. According to the machine, rook c3 and this strat, this strat.
But it takes with check first. It's not.
Yeah. It's after queen g2, you can take with the check as well. Yeah, check. Well, queen g7 though, and it starts to be unclear. Anyway, we are about to find out, because black did go for check and take on h2. So now again, if you use the computer, life is very simple. You go queen h7 and you win, and it's +4, and yeah, you can look at your opponent and ask like, why you're not resigning. If you're playing over the board, all of a sudden the material is equal, and you might start to panic. Okay, my opponent just took the pawn, so now we have equal material. And you start calculating, and you don't see how exactly you win.
Yeah.
And it's once again, very easy. One of, I think, one of the most painful games. I ended up losing, but it wasn't, it wasn't because of that. At some point I was winning, and I kept looking at the lines and not seeing the win, while like I knew I would come back to the room, I'll switch the computer on, it will show some ridiculous numbers, but sometimes it's complicated. Anyway, I still think he's going to win, and 1-4 rest just played g5. We witnessed this one on board 4. I think this game might be over
f5.
quite soon. He played g5, check.
G5.
Yeah, so white has 2 legal moves, and king f5 blunders a move in 2,
I know.
a mate in 2,
No,
so
he
king
didn't,
f1.
no.
He didn't go king
No,
f5.
he played that.
You said king f5. No,
Yeah.
he didn't. He went, I'm sorry, he went king f3, and right, okay, he's winning. Right. What else do we have? Well, Fedoseev, by the way, on board 1, cannot really make any progress against his opponent. It's very, very hard for him. On board 2, this French defense that we were looking at in Sugirov's game. Whoa. Something really happened here. It's crazy. Remember, this game, it was so slow.
Yeah.
So, like, we had some middle games in other games, and here it was like 8 moves played. But then they've got short on time, and they've played a lot of moves quickly, and I believe some moves deserve to be criticized, and particularly the castle long. Well, computer is still happy about castle long. Anyway, the way it developed.
Really?
Player with white went like totally outplaying,
Oh, no.
I think. Rook e8, c3, and c3 is a move computer doesn't like, and c4, and now this bishop on b2 is like a big pawn, right?
Yeah, and also
Not doing much.
the knight there is scary.
Yeah, like the knight in b3 it's it's not threatening for now, but you kind of feel it's there. There's going to be something. There's going to be something.
It's like,
And moreover, black, as it turns out, he probably wins immediately with d4. d4, bishop b3, bishop b3. If you try to take it, it's ed4, rook e8, rook e8, and then the queen's attacked, c3 is happening. So it looks like black is on, Sugirov's on a way to victory, very likely.
in the board 3, they have,
Board 3, they're playing some moves. Yeah. Let me check board 3. Well, it's actually fairly simplified, but Shevchenko, well, it's material equal. Shevchenko's opponent is down to 1 minute only, and computer shows that white is completely winning for whatever reason. I'm not sure. Okay, let me update. So exchanged here, and then computer's move was wait, maybe Shevchenko missed a chance. There was bishop b5 stopping knight e8, and then next move knight c4, and we collect all the pawns, all the goodies. King f2 was played instead, which is more relaxed move, just bringing the king to the center, but probably still winning. And what's crazy is how low on time Shevchenko's opponent is, Nicholas, down to like 30 seconds. Incredible. So this is likely the win for the top seed, for the higher seed players. What's that? He did play something, I just didn't realize what. a4, did he play a4? I think he did, yeah, he played a4, but that means bishop b5 just picks the pawn, I guess.
Plays knight
c4, knight c4, same. Attacking d6, you cannot give d6.
and
if there's
b6.
knight b6, yes, knight b6. It's even stronger because look, knight b6, you have to put the bishop on b7, where it's terribly placed. So we can take, then go back, and the bishop will have 0 moves.
Yeah.
So this is indeed like winning big time. What computer does, it doesn't even take. It goes bishop b5 and then takes it with the bishop.
Oh my god, they wait until they have less than 10 seconds.
Yeah. Okay, we should not probably rely too much because sometimes, the delay happens, but reality is like black is desperately low on time. Desperately low on time, and it's only move 26 or 27, something, 26. So black played bishop to d7, which means okay. I mean, he is a bit tricky. So d6, there is bishop f8. Well, white is still winning, but at least black creates some sort of a threat, right, to this a3 pawn. And white wins by going bishop c5, and then, well, self-pinning seems a bit scary, but he has knight b7. Right? If you take, or if I take, that's bad. Bishop c5 and take the knight. But there is knight b7, and you protect, you exchange, you go knight c5. That's it. So here the Grandmaster wins. On boot 4, Grandmaster loses. Van Forest, something went terribly wrong.
I want to know Van Forest,
what happened, yeah?
Yes.
I mean, I'm afraid to ask him for an interview after such a loss will not be that great of an idea, right? But indeed, something happened to him. It's not only like that he loses the game, the way he lost the game. It was like looking very equal after the opening. He was the one who didn't want to draw. He pushed it, and then he absolutely missed the moment when it was time to kind of, okay, let's concentrate, let's make this draw, because now I'm worse, and even, I believe, in the moment when he was a pawn down immediately after he lost this a5 pawn, where it was, I'm looking for it, let's say here, or, rook a6, let's say, you are a pawn down. If you concentrate here, if you find like all the right moves, you probably still don't lose. Like you go something like rook c8, so the knight is pinned, both pawns are kind of, both pawns are in danger, then you probably prepare with g6, king g7, and one day you go knight d5, you liquidate to some rook endgame, he would have decent chances of making a draw. And instead he played so relaxed, and he played for these tactical tricks, which were the nice tricks. Yeah, the checkmate that we found, but yeah, like his opponent avoided pretty much one trick, and the game is done. Now, it's computer says like +5.
In the camera, he doesn't feel comfortable.
Right. Like looking at the camera feed sometimes helps to evaluate the position.
Yeah, also the body language of
the players. Because in this particular case, it almost looks like he's given up.
Yes.
Right? It almost looks like he's given up. So is there like one last trick of going king f7? No, there isn't. So check, king goes here, and it might be that white has only one move, because the knight is hanging with a check, and the rook is hanging, so you cannot move the knight. But white wins with f2, f3. It's very brutal.
f2, f3?
Yeah, defend the knight, and like this is not the combination you like, because your own knight is lost, right? So,
and this 3, yeah.
So after f3, and like, black moves the knight, white moves the rook and wins. So again, you could say, okay, this is a tactical trick and everything, but we are talking about reasonable players, right? So he will not blunder something heavily. And he's pretty much forced to find the winning sequence for white. So it's very likely that he wins. Yeah, again, Sugirov's game on board 2. I think black just went, it was on the way to victory, like after c4, his woman grandmaster opponent didn't play bishop c2, she went for bishop f5, but still the same thing applies, d4, ed4. She goes rook e8, and
check.
Yeah, the queen is in danger. Bishop e6 check she went. Okay, but after king h8, is there? You can't even take on c4. That's the trick, right? Because queen c4 exchange the queens, the rook on e1 is hanging. So these pawns are killers, like c3 or t3. Something's going to win.
Someone in the chat is saying Jordan. He said he doesn't feel very well with his chess. He's not playing. He feels he's not playing good. So.
Yeah, could be. Yeah, but if you think like Jordan, he was playing Vaikanzes and everything, like with all the big guys, so to speak, right? And like playing an open tournament, it's actually challenging in a way. Playing the playing the open tournament good, right? It's always challenging because you think with playing against the likes of Magnus Carlsen, Fabiano Caruana, there is no pressure on you. At least, like, well, you lose some of the games, you score some points. This is what you're expected to do. And here you're expected to be kind of between, between the leaders. So if the tournament goes wrong, it goes really wrong. And it's funny that you've mentioned the Big Fish, because Big Fish is a nickname of Vladimir Fedoseev on chess.com. Right, so he's the one that we can see in the bottom right corner of our camera, the top seed player here. Yeah. And I think his nickname is Big Fish something, some numbers, probably the year of birth or something. So the Big Fish. And the Big Fish, one was there was some moment where, computer was suggesting funny queen b5 move. Yeah. Anyway, and they of course, they've played a lot of moves since. So he was trying to remaneuver the knight, and eventually went for b4 and for a5. Interesting. So simplified even further. And he is looking for the way to surround these pawns and win them. So if I get it right, knight b4 probably wins the pawn, but he is somewhat bothered with rook a8. Rook a8, queen c7 is the only move. We are not losing a piece because queen b4, white actually has queen d7 and the c6 pawn falls. But this is still kind of tricky. I suspect he is going to win, but kudos to his opponent. He's fighting very well. He's fighting very well, defending this slightly worse position. But might still not handle the pressure. And still 10 more moves, and Yilmaz is down to 1.5 minutes. So
Yeah.
that's a
Difficult.
rough situation to be.
How many moves?
Well, the 10, I think. Yeah, I'll go
10.
back. 9. Okay,
9.
so 30 move 31 and move 32 for Fedoseev to
Yeah.
play. Move 32 for Fedoseev to play, and he is planning to move the knight. I'm not sure where it's going. Knight f4 is. Wait, knight f4 is an option. I just realized there is a pin, right? No, knight b4. So
b4.
he's going for
He's going for it.
he's going for this line, yeah.
And I don't understand. The kid has. No. Okay, the kid has 12 minutes. Yes. Okay.
Right. Boot 2, Sugirov is completely winning. So after this bishop e6 check in the French defense game, remember boot 2, queen f2 to unpin the bishop, c3, bishop b3. It's one of those games that, you know, you lose, I mean, from White's perspective, and you also can't really do something about it, because in some,
Completely.
yeah, like there is nothing you can do. Sometimes you have a lost position, but you can create some threats, some counterplay, something here. It's hard to imagine, like, how to even force yourself to continue the game.
But what is the idea with bishop b3?
She
To exchange moves?
she had to do something. She felt like, probably, because the bishop is trapped, right? Like if you go bishop c1, whoa. I would think, wait a second. This is what happens, right? Takes
Yeah.
here, and if rook takes, it's queen to c4, and this king is getting checkmated, I guess. There is no back rank check, and if we save the rook, there is okay, even knight d2. I thought queen d3 is our winning move, but even knight d2, and then queen b3, and then a
Cannot
checkmate.
take with it.
Right. So you were right again when you said the knight is threatening. It is. So that's why White decided to take it. But yeah, it's just a terribly lost
They made many moves
position.
in the board.
In the first board.
Yeah,
Uh,
because they are in time.
wait. So Fedoseev's leaving the board. Does it mean no? They did not reach move.
No.
No, did not reach move 40. Just that he ended up in the end of this line. Queen b7, queen c7, and queen takes d7. He knows he's winning a pawn. He has 14 minutes, so felt like he's safe to leave the board. And sometimes I think it's once again it's some old Soviet players' advice that your opponent is in a time trouble, and probably they were not talking about seconds, but time trouble. 5 minutes for 15 moves is also time trouble, and you present him with kind of a tough decision to make. Sometimes it makes sense to leave the board,
Yeah.
because by you sitting at the board and patient, sometimes you remind the opponent about the clock, right?
Yeah.
And if he's fully concentrated, doesn't look at the clock, so he might spend
And also
spend
refresh
more time.
mind, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, for you, it's also good, right?
Yeah.
I mean, to leave, and if you have the time for yourself, yeah, like to leave, to come back, right you are. Because one mistake that some less experienced players come up with is your opponent is at time trouble and you are getting affected by this time trouble.
Yes.
So you start playing
Impatient.
quickly, you start like, okay, his flag is almost falling or his
Yeah.
time is running out. And sometimes people make mistakes in opponent's time trouble, which is a silly thing to do, right? But we all fell for this, and I believe I've also made some, in some games, I've made terrible mistakes while my opponent was in the time trouble. All right, so not much happening here. It's very likely that Fedoseev's going to win. Yeah, rook c6, and he wins a pawn. Board 2, Sergeyev's going to win. Yurin Van Forest officially has lost his game.
Oh no.
he's lost his game, and f2, f3 was the last move.
Okay,
The
so
one
he
that
saw
you've
it.
seen. Yes, White found it. Yeah, it probably was like, again, you know, like if you don't have any other move, like if you don't play f3, you probably resign. Okay, no, maybe not resign, but like White's not winning if he doesn't play f3, and it's tricky even to make a move.
Yeah, but he had to try
until
here.
Yeah, I agree. Like until here, he had to try. After f3, there is pretty much zero ideas. The knight is stuck. The pawns are moving, and White is also 3 pawns up. So that's one, and up to the point, the only surprise on the very top board. Shevchenko's game, I'll just briefly show that he is completely winning. After fe4, he can take with the knight, and it just... Yeah, he's a pawn up, the passed pawn, the a4 pawn is very weak. Like everything, right? Like the knight is terrible, just a terrible position.
Yes.
No time, like...
Yeah.
It's almost like you want to say, I want more than 1 point for this game, because I'm winning on time, positionally, material, right?
Yeah.
So sometimes you feel like, probably I deserve 2 points.
Yeah. Should we take a look of the streamers? I think maybe they already finished.
Yeah, very likely. So just briefly, let me scroll all the way down and find, wait a second, there's a lot of... Like both, I mean, I have some strange, some strange stuff happening with the PGN.
Yeah.
You see, I mean, there's a lot of similar looking games. So it looks like, okay, I think these are the updated games. Let me see. Both the sisters are playing, while Alexandra is completely winning.
Yeah.
They've just reached move 40. And Black, the very next move, will take the Orosei with a check and go rook b1. And
we will see like signing the...
Maybe they've already... no. We are still on the top boards. And for Andrea, let me quickly check.
I think Alexandra already won there.
Yeah, Alexandra has already won, and just the PGN is not yet updated, doesn't have the result. And Andrea is still playing, so we'll quickly check what happened after... Knight takes c7. Okay, Black didn't find knight e5. Went king a7. After which White's completely winning. Wait. I'm jumping over this line. I just wanted to show something. So king a7, and White went with a check, and the game continued. However, White had this funny little move to win on the spot. To go bishop d6, you trap the queen.
Really?
You trap the queen, yes. There is no queen e8. You have to take, and then it's knight b5, and you just win.
So there was a... do it?
No. She went with knight b5 check.
Yeah.
And after the king moved to a8, then she went bishop d6, which means she's still winning.
Yes.
It's just that bishop d6 immediately would finish the game, right?
Yeah.
b5, knight b4, knight c7, takes bishop a6. Anyway, I'll just... She didn't need to do this. Could move the queen and just be winning. Okay, decided to go check and queen b3. Bit surprised. So it's pretty much like giving the piece away for free. Fun fact: she's still winning. Yeah, rook g3.
Because the king is so bad.
King is bad. The bishop on g7 is not doing much. Rook c3, queen d8, rook c5. Wow, knight a4. And just queen a4.
Yeah.
I don't know what's that. Yeah, it looks like.
Yeah, I think he will resign now.
Yeah, probably like her opponent blundered because like
to resign.
That's crazy, but
yeah.
She was already winning, but this was over the top. Like knight a4, queen a4. Looks like she has one more move to play to reach the time control. She's on some seconds, but it's not so important because
someone wants we check the board 12.
Board 12, yeah.
Is the Italian champion playing with the black pieces? Master.
Good to know. Board 12. So I'll start scrolling from the very beginning. 3, 4, 5, 6. Lagarde has won. We know this. 7, 8.
And someone is saying, now I will learn a lot from you. because I ask many amateurs questions.
Well, that's good. That's
Yeah.
good. So Luca Maroni, I think that's the one. Yeah, board 12.
Yes, board 12. Let me see.
That's this fun game that we were
Yes.
we were looking at. The one with you remember the exchange sacrifice and like black having the
Yeah.
bishop and queen in the center. Anyway, so now we are in the trouble. This is the current position,
There's just the
and
queen.
no one knows what's going on.
Yeah.
Computer, if you want computer help, also is not very helpful. It says it's equal.
Yeah.
And it's exactly what it's not, because it's like this is one of the positions that I would rather say it's crazy position. It's not an equal position.
Yeah, I think like
So
I mean the knight is wonderful. There.
yeah, the knight is fantastic. Also, kind of in black's favor is the fact that very likely black gets to both of these pawns. So if we go at this line, bishop ups. Wait a second, he just played c3. So just quickly to illustrate.
Yeah.
A side which sacrificed an exchange. Usually, if it's an endgame, I would much more prefer the pawns on one side of the board, right? Not to have two flanks, because then the rook is much stronger than the minor piece. It can switch from like
Yes.
A file to H file in one move, right?
Yeah.
And when I limit everything to one side, and also I have this knight on e3, which is like a monster, like paralyzes white's pieces, I'm relatively comfortable to say I'm just better. Okay, so let me try to understand what happens after c3. I'm
You just want to
struggling a
take on
bit.
d4.
Yeah, they want to take on d4. We cannot capture the c3.
takes c.
Oh wait, b3 we can c3 because the knight will be hanging. And now knight
e4,
d5. E5, possibly e5. But then look, we have the double pawn.
Yes.
We are not worse still with black. I'm sure, like we take g3 and g5, we should be good. It's just that having the advantage, do we have the advantage?
I think they are.
Yeah, b takes. Okay. Now again, if I'm using the board help, it's knight d5. What computer likes? Knight d5?
3 minutes to find out.
Yeah. Knight d5 attacking the bishop and the knight.
And the pawn.
And the pawn. Wait. Bishop g6. I'm just giving you the computer line. Bishop g6, rook to c3, king to b2. And for whatever reason, rook g3 is the move. Because of this bishop e4. And then if black goes e5, white goes g6. This is crazy.
And now
Some strange pin here.
Yeah.
So this is an important move. And this is an important move. And again, one thing is the computer line. The other thing, like what in reality, what he's going to play.
he moved the knight.
He did move the knight to d5, correct. The bishop g6, and and I was trying to argue with the computer. The real computer line was that it was giving away the 7 pawn. So bishop e4, and Compi was going like rook g5 or h4, just accepting that bishop d5, rook e7 is possible. Anyway, very tense moment. And next to this one on board 11, Nicholas Huschenbeth. I'm not sure what was the result, but the game has finished. Yeah, Nicholas won.
Yes. So in the 11th board?
Yeah, Nicholas Huschenberg against Ksenia Balabaeva, who I believe is from Kazakhstan,
Yes,
and
yes.
she is considered like young Kazakh talent. Not sure if she is on national team, but she's very close to the
Yes.
national team of Kazakhstan.
He's like almost 20 years old.
Right. Okay, so I don't know. Shall we stay with this game? Since the thing is, like, Andreev still has some time to figure out the next move. I think he has to take on g7, then g6.
Maybe we go to the first board.
I
If they
believe
reach the 40.
now we will have a lot of results. Like on board 1, for instance, the moment they reach move 4, it is finished. It is finished. He just resigned. Fedoseyev's opponent has just resigned. So after he's gotten to c7 and d7. Black immediately went for some attempt to go for a counterplay. Blundered this. And wait a second. And for the save calculated some lines. Well, he can do it. Because I've already mentioned this, I'm a lazy person. So what I would do here, I would go rook f1, protect, and say I'm 2 pawns up, so I'm winning, and I would be right, I would win this game. But if you're not lazy, if you're for the save, you go rook f6, which is a brilliant rook sacrifice for nothing, and then when it takes, it's like check here, it's all automatic though. Check, rook c7, and you win the game immediately. There is no defense. So well played at the very end. The position was already winning, but still showing like nice form and ability to calculate. So both two Sugirov wins against Nadinya. Then Shevchenko has won against Perosa. Van Forest lost, as we know. Board 6, Pichot won. Board 5, pardon. Yes. Pichot won. Board 6, Lagarde won. Well, so now we have. That's a nice one. That's also relieving because I'm not on camera. I can have a little sip of water, and also we can look at our top boards, right? So Vladimir Fedoseev, the top seed, currently representing Slovenia, and we already know he has won. Sugirov, Hungary, if I'm not mistaken, and by 1 point only, he is the second, you see?
Yeah.
Right. So the top 10 finishes with Jules Moussard being 2610. So it's quite a strong open tournament, so more than 10 players on 2600. Right. Nicholas Huschenbeth is 2607. Nice. So we are back to first 10 boards. And I think we've gotten quite a few results already. And so the only big upset or big surprise is Van Forest losing to FIDE Master from Kazakhstan. But I believe Nurgaliev, he is kind of a young guy, and can always be first of all, they are progressing faster than their rating.
Yeah, and also they are very confident. The kids are...
Absolutely, yeah. This is interesting. Yeah, I also noticed this, even though I'm not playing, but I'm, of course, doing a lot of commentary and so on. And younger generation, maybe because they have that much access to, say, playing the top grandmasters online and so on, and they already kind of won their first game and their 10th game against the grandmaster. Yeah. So there is not much of a respect. Right?
No. They also, I don't know what is the mentality, but maybe they say, "Oh, I'm just a kid.
I can try."
Yes.
Yeah, and respect. I mean, no respect as I'm scared, I want to draw. Right. I mean, of course they respect the kind of all the players. It's just that they're not afraid at all.
No.
They're not afraid at all. So we've already gotten quite a lot of results. The highest board, which is still in progress, is on board, wait a second, I don't see it. It's board 11 we have now. Boards from 11 to 20. Yeah. Right, boards from 11 to 20. Also, some familiar names. Luca Moroni we were watching. We can go back to this one. Just let me... And it's still the time trouble. Move 38, and very important decision for Luca. Very important decision for Luca. Well, according to the machine, there is no advantage for him.
Yeah.
There is one funny line, which is knight to c3 to sacrifice a piece. Bishop b7, knight takes e2, rook takes e2, rook takes g5. So this way you are guaranteed that you will not lose, I'm guessing, right? But also it's very hard to imagine that you win. So rook g5, and then you can go rook a5, take all the pawns,
The last pawn.
Yeah, take the last pawn, but also it's not, it doesn't leave you any winning chances. But do you have winning chances on the other hand? This line, I'm just curious, if line happens, bishop d5, bishop d5, rook takes e7, king goes to c6. Yeah, like how realistic white chances of winning this one, or rather black's chances of winning this one is not clear. Yeah, probably white should hold. And this is what happens. We see on the camera, we captured the pawn on g5, bishop d5, bishop d5.
Rook check.
Rook check, king c6. Rook check. Well, he didn't play king c6 just yet, but he will. And this will be our confirmation that this game will go on, because they just made move 40, they made time control. Strangely, there is no edit time on the clock just yet, so let me check if we got it right, if there is increment. I think there is. Yeah, I think there is increment.
There isn't.
There isn't? Did you check? No, I thought no. I mean, I just assumed that it's a usual time control. Sometimes though, it's a funny set clock that requires you to kind of lose on time. So
yes.
You've seen
that one happened in Reykjavik.
This is so confusing. I don't know why would you have it, but it kind of requires one player to kind of have zero and then it ends.
Yeah, and also it's a little bit confusing because you reach move 40
and you still think something is wrong.
Yeah, maybe I'm writing. And sometimes you lose because that move.
Yeah, you make like stupid move. And also like you can play this game for a very long time, getting this 30 seconds increment, so no one is getting flagged.
Yeah.
So you both think, you and your opponent think that we are in a time trouble, and then eventually you understand that, okay, there is increment.
Yes, yeah, that's true.
So we have to check to find out. I mean, we could check the regulation, but we are lazy people. We will not do this.
I'm going to tell you a funny story. I was in Reykjavik playing against a kid, a young guy, and we reached move 40, and I flagged. Are you
playing move 40?
Yes, and then I think it was move 41, 42, I don't remember, and I got 0-0, no? And then I got increment, but he was so excited.
He thought that
you flagged.
And then immediately there is like 30 minutes. Yeah? Wow. No, I mean this is crazily confusing. Okay, so here again we are back. Now it doesn't show. So does it mean that commentators do not know what type? No, come on. Okay, I've checked some random game where clearly we passed move 40, and you can see yourself, white has 21 minutes, black has 45. So there is an increment.
This is
probably we have this glitch that one has to cross kind of the first time control, kind of drop the flag, and then get an increment.
Talking about this game, he is the grandmaster from Ukraine, right?
Vitaly Sivuk, yeah. So he currently is representing Sweden, but yeah, he is from Ukraine. Yeah, I still remember playing him in some like Ukraine Rapid Championships, and this must have been more than 10 years ago. So yeah. Right, and the position he has, I'm not sure what's going on. Probably better, but like by how much? Computer says it's equal. Yeah, there is an increment. I mean, I'm 100% sure, but so in Luca's game, Luca Moroni game, no, look, I mean, it doesn't show. So they both could think that they're in the time frame.
Yeah.
Even if you had the regulation, even if you know that there must be half an hour. When you see 2 minutes on the clock, you think, just in case, I'll play.
Yes.
I mean,
and also, I remember in one game in Formentera 2 weeks ago, I think it was the first round or the second round, I don't remember. I went to the arbiter to ask him because I was not sure, like, do I have more time? And he said yes. Right. And I was like, okay, so I relaxed a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, but this is confusing again, and it's not the player's fault that you don't know what how these electronic clocks will display the time. Speaking of this game, there is also some pressure on Luca because he clearly plays for the win. So let's say going back to the c file is not an option for him, right? Going back king c6, just accepting the draw. So he went king a4, and it's one of those cases where you feel safe with black, But then, who knows? Like, can this be that, I don't know, this king is in a bit of trouble. White just played what? Wait, White just played king d3.
Oh.
And he is pushing the pawn. He went
Pushing the
h4. h4. Wait a second. Could he, I'm just asking, could he go rook e5 by this? Wow. So, I mean, I'm forcing the trade, right? Rook e5, and White has to trade. Because bishop e4 was a threat, right?
So
White has a trade, and now it's like nice pawns and everything, but all of a sudden computer says if any one is better, it's actually White, because you lose this and then this.
Oh.
So for Black, he has to take a chance, like to eliminate the last pawn and make a draw, even though he, well, like for a brief second, he has like four pawns for the exchange. Anyway, so he went for rook h4, for h4, and I'm thinking, like, if something starts happening, like if I'm playing Black in this position, I'm really worried about the king being cut off. Seriously, like, I understand the pawns are dangerous, everything, but the king being cut off is kind of worrisome.
Yeah, how we defend that? Like after king a5? Or no,
King a5, yeah, like d6
No,
is there.
maybe
Probably
pushing the
a5,
pawn,
yeah, probably
yes.
we go a5, and then White can take, and then it says h3, rook h7, bishop g2. But this is something where, once again, where I'm a bit worried. This pawn is not going anywhere. The king is like in a bit of the... Yeah, probably I should not be. I mean, this should be a draw, I guess. Just go here, take this. We are almost checkmated, but not really. There is always rook c5, rook here, takes, and you would love to play h2, but the king is checking. Yeah, like h2, we're winning the rook. No, it's checkmated 1. So we don't go h2, we go king a3, and White goes back. And this is where we lose the point. Oh no, we don't lose the point. We just go bishop f1, bishop g2.
Yeah.
It's a draw.
I'm scared to get in span and then have to play king a2 and checkmate. That would be funny.
Yeah. But in the worst case scenario, we can move the bishop, and it's still a draw. Rook h3, king b4, right? Anyway, where is the real position? I've lost it a bit. Blah blah blah. Board 12 here. So h4, king d4 is played. Then h3 is possible, bishop a2 is possible, and now Lucas time is showing 000. That means he just got time added to his clock. Yeah, so if we go to some game and we return here, it will probably show the real time. But we will do this only after we go for a little break, right? I mean, guys, we were working hard. There was a sun, there was like all different kind of problems, and overall we've reached the time control in all of the games. So that means we go for a break, we come back, during the break I'll check quickly like if there is something super interesting, and we will be back. Just stay tuned.
Yes.
Right?
See you after the
See
game.
you. I think still, is it Okay, looks like we are back. So once again, a reminder: this is the first round of Sardinia World Chess Festival, and a lot of games are already done, Alexandra.
Yes,
right?
yeah.
We are coming from our second break,
Yeah.
and everyone in the top 10 has finished by now. And you can see the results. It seems the only surprise is One Forest losing to Nurgaliev, right?
Sadly for him.
Right. All the rest finished with the victory of ELO favorites. But we still have quite a few games going on boards 11 to 20,
The
right?
Italian champion is still playing.
The Italian champion Luca Moroni is still playing. Okay, this is his game, which looked like a draw potentially, and it probably will finish in a draw. But there is a lot of fight left still. What's interesting, I'm checking. So he's board 12, and that means on board 14. And I think Lorenzo Lodici, I think we've seen his game quite some time back. Remember, there was something. There was something like that with, or what it was. Yeah, remember the bishop on h6, the knight on g3,
Yeah,
this thing,
really
like
know what.
rook c6 at some point. Yeah. Anyway, this is what we have here now on move 47, and it's so surprising to have it with queens on the board, like almost like a middle game, right? After such a long time. And what happened here is White decided to sacrifice the knight. It was this position. White probably missed, I feel like. So here he goes to sacrifice the knight in order to go queen f5, and like this is a threat, so maybe some chances of perpetual. So queen c2, queen g6, black has to go king f8, because if you go king h8, then after... No, I thought this was it wasn't. Queen c7. I completely forgotten about. No. No, queen c7. Not even queen c7, but check and queen 4 defense from this side. And there is one check, and then after king g8, there is nothing you can do. Right. He could go to h8, it's just that you're right, yeah, it will be just take the pawn with a check and it goes, yeah, like perpetual. But after king f8, can this king really run away, is the question. Because, like, you can continue with checks, and this is what he has done. Check, king e7, and now the king is running away. You can give check, you can give one more check, but king d7, the king is safe on c8, and black is just winning. Takes the b pawn and the a pawn is marching. And it turns out that after king f8, the clever move, which would keep the balance, and I'm surprised to be honest, according to the machine, the clever move was king to h2. King to h2, and after, let's say, it's even hard to say what's threatening. But the only move that seems like defending something, bishop e8, is in fact a bad move, after which white goes check, here check, forces bishop f7, goes here, and wins the bishop back. So not great. And it seemed that, yeah, like...
But what is the threat?
Probably not, but yeah, let's go a4, right? Let's pretend we don't care, we want to promote the pawn. Bishop b6. I don't know what it is. What's
I
this?
think it's perpetual.
So when we take, it's check. And it's a perpetual check on the 6th, right? Check here, check.
And wins the bishop back.
Wins one of the bishops back, and I'm honestly, I'm amazed how confident computer is in giving this an equal evaluation, because it's, to me, it looks like very complex position, but to immediately know that this is equal, well, computer says it's just a perpetual. Like, one of the things you can do, you can take the pawn on b3, white takes on b5, black goes b2, threatens b1, and blah blah blah, check, perpetual. Anyway, after this careless bishop h6 check, king e7, the king is running away, and black is winning. So white played queen to f5, And now, among other things you can do, the easiest way would be to give a check, and after king h2 to go queen g4, right?
Then we exchange.
Yeah, check 8, and it's just winning. So this is done. What else? Back to Luca Moroni, maybe on board 12. They've played only one move. Yeah, they played only one move. White went for rook b3, king c3, king a5. Yeah, it's computer says it's equal, but at the same time there is no variation that ends up in a perpetual check. So it's more of like you cannot improve, I cannot improve. That's why it's a draw.
Okay. Yeah, there are many games finished. So
yeah, I think we are strangely like in the first round, because also the pairing is like first with with the first player from the second half and so on. So the lower on the board we go, the more kind of difference in strength, and therefore like a lot of games are already finished. And I think our deal is that we are not staying till the very end of the round, but of course we will check like what's still in progress, maybe find some really interesting positions, or maybe even from something that has finished but has a funny the final position. Well, something really weird is happening. I think it must be the transmission error, because it says on move 12 this position is still in progress. It's impossible, right?
no, what board is this? What is the name?
I don't know.
Alexandra.
Yeah,
And
Alexandra Shvedova against Ramazan Zalmakhanov. So that's somewhere around board 20, I would guess. Maybe lower than that. No, it's probably lower than that.
Yeah, I found it. I said that the board 24 and they already finished.
Yeah, they've already finished. That's just a transmission error that we have. Yeah, I'm just checking, maybe like some random interesting position will pop up, but not really. Everything is either finished or, what that? Okay, I found something. Board 44. White went to sacrifice the rook on h, like he's thinking.
I already finished too.
Really?
44. What is the name?
No, not the board 44.
Sorry.
The move. It's Agmanov.
Yeah.
Agmanov against Morosfora.
Yeah.
Agmanov against Morosfora. So it's same, should be like in 30s somewhere. Anyway, so I'm just saying, like it's a fun rook sacrifice. So rook takes, and then if king moves, you just want a pawn, and after black takes, queen h6, you have to block with the queen, because king g8, knight f6.
Check.
Knight f6 check. So you have to block with the queen, and then you exchange, and you go knight f6 anyway, and you win the rook.
And it's winning.
It is winning because white has too many pawns. Yeah, too many extra pawns. Right. So there is that. There is like various kinds of like really crazy positions out there. Let's check Andrea, maybe.
No, they already.
They already finished. She won. Yeah, she won.
The streamers already finished. The other streamer, Zach from Canada, he lost. Yeah. So. Yeah.
Yep. So there is that. So we can probably like check the very top boards once again. So the highest.
And maybe chat has any requests.
Yeah, chat is always welcome to suggest whatever they like to see, whatever they have to say.
Chat is saying they think I will get the Woman FIDE Master soon if I still playing good.
Cool.
Yeah. Thank you.
That's serious improvement, right? What's the requirement for Woman FIDE Master? You have to get 2100.
Yes.
Okay.
I recently got 1900.
Yeah.
but after not playing chess for so long. So it's a very big achievement for me. Yeah.
Right. You know what? Like you also, I think the what's it called? The coefficient, the multiplier for the rating, right? So I mean, you score. Let's say you have the expected score, and you score 1 point more. How many rating points you get extra?
With the boost.
Yeah. So you have the boost, some boost.
So
right?
what happened is when I got the boost, I started playing tournament, and I lost almost 100 points.
Right.
So it was like nothing with the boost.
Yeah.
I stayed in the same, but now I got it like back and a bit more.
Yeah, but you're still getting. I mean, you're not getting 10 points. You're getting more, like 15, right? If you score 1 point above,
yes.
you're
Yeah.
getting 15.
Yeah.
So that's. I mean, this is a bit easier if you have good tournaments. A bit easier
Yes.
to get the rating, because I think once you cross 2400, then the boost stops, and you just have to kind of score. You get 10 points for each point scored over the expected value. Board 61, we are shown board 61, and I suspect this is because very likely we have one of the older players against one of the youngest players.
That is so sweet. Yeah.
Yeah.
And now you can see how chess is very inclusive, because
absolutely.
you can see.
Right, and what's the
All
position
ages.
here? So yeah, I'm trying to. I wish I knew.
No, they are not having a digital board.
Yeah, right. You are. Well, I do not have the digital board for this one, but anyway, that's a very cute picture.
It looks like an endgame, and they keep. No, he has a rook there. So
Yeah. So it's a rook endgame with black being a pawn up. So
Yeah.
very likely a draw, but still the game goes on. Nice. By the way, the position I have on my analysis board is next to Luca Moroni on board. Wait a second. Let me check. It must be board 11. I thought it was board 11, but now looking at the camera, it seems that board 11 has finished.
okay.
Board 11 has finished, it seems. So I don't know. Oh, I'm a little bit confused. No. It wasn't board. It's board 13. The game is still in progress. So it's Edis Gurel. And I think Edis Gurel is this. Is he the young Turkish talent? There is like Edis Gurel. Can you check if he's
Yes.
from Turkey? 13.
Yes, he's from.
Yes, he is.
Yes.
So I think this is the kind of the young lad international master or
Oh
something.
yes, he's young. He's 2008. He born in 2008.
2008, which is like 14, right? No, wait. 2008 is 16. Okay.
Yeah.
So not so young, because they have someone, but maybe he is already a grandmaster. He's like 12, so,
Oh my
which
God.
I can't remember the name. Yeah. Anyway, so he is currently a pawn up against Lia Kurmangalieva.
Yeah.
And yeah, very likely to win again. King on
She's from
h5.
Kazakhstan.
Yeah, she's from Kazakhstan, and yeah, very likely this pawn will move with a decisive effect. Yeah, black to move, and it's really not much you can suggest for black, right? Any kind of counterplay like with rook d2 and trying to take these pawns is too slow. The g pawn will just run.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
With
like,
attacking the knight. So
yeah.
them-
So pinning the bishop could be reasonable, but then just g4 again, not really caring much. If knight d6, this pin is
Can
not
take.
very. Yeah, you can check. You can also go bishop g6 or bishop g8. Yeah, bishop g6 is good. Yeah, like you trade the rooks, and it makes it even harder for black to stop the pawn. Yeah, so I think he is winning. Then board 14 just finished, the one with petrol check that was missed.
Oh.
Board 14 finished. Yeah, a lot of
already
results.
finished?
Yeah. And he just resigned. White just resigned. Black d1, g4, protecting the king from perpetual. So it was one check, king d8.
Yeah.
It's not much you can do, like a bishop d7, and Okay, everything's protected. No, okay, no, don't go bishop d7. Don't listen to what I'm saying. Because, no, seriously, this bishop d7 is the only move to lose the game, because then it's queen h8 and queen f8, checkmate.
Winning the bishop.
Yeah. No, why I said bishop d7, I have to tell you that I thought white has an attempt to go queen b7, attack the bishop. No, instead of g3, sorry, here, like the position where he resigned, like if queen b7 would have happened, then you can go bishop d7 and cover from the queen, leave it behind.
Yeah.
And then I thought, okay, let's go bishop d7, but this is the way to get checkmated. Right, so anything else that is in progress? Well, there are some games.
I think maybe we just take a look with the Luca.
Again, yeah.
Yes.
Let's check what Luca's doing. Let's check what is doing, and they are still kind of around equal here. 5, 3, king 5 is what he has played. Went rook f5. Computer has a funny suggestion to go king b2 in order to play king a3, in order to play rook h4, rook a4. It's a very, very long solution. It's kind of very, very long line, but at least there is some threat. It's not much though. That like black can do this and just take the false rank, so there will not be any rook h4, and after this check with the pawn, so black is always safe. Yeah, black is always safe, but at the same time, like winning with black is also like very hard to imagine. Rook h6. So I have a question. Is there any real chance to win if we give a check, king goes to, I don't know, b2, and we just exchange, king takes, and we go d5? Is there? No, not really.
No.
Right. Yeah, okay, h-pawn is not moving. H4 to cut off the king, and then go king c3, a3, and just stand like that. Yeah. So
I think it will be a draw.
Yeah, it looks like it's a draw, which is a good result for Konstantin Andreev, Luca's opponent. Right, so the player rated 2200 something to hold a draw against Italian champion.
Yeah.
So this is it, and before we end our little show, before we end our stream, let me just check.
Oh my God! I just want to say thank you so much for the raid to Alexander and Andrea. Thank you so much, and congratulations
so
for the winning today. Really great. Yeah.
Cool. You've gotten some people raiding your channel. Yeah.
Yeah. It was great. We were watching your games.
Yeah, so for Alexandra, well played. For Andrea, you've made simple tactic, but nice winning at the end.
Yes. Good job.
Right. So I'm looking for some funny position to share from the games that have already finished. Just to share something like spectacular. And
they are asking what tactic she missed. Maybe you can show it.
I can. Well, let's show. Yeah, that's a beautiful tactic. Well, there was. Yeah, of course, there were some like funny moments in this game. So like if you check with the computer, you'd be surprised quite a bit. Yeah. But the particular one I'm talking about. Let me just quickly pull this game on the board. Now I can't find it.
I can help.
Yeah, I remember the way it looked. It's just that there is. Remember that there were some issues with her particular game because we had it like 5 versions of her game. Okay, that's the one. That's the one. The final position. By the way, checkmate. All the criticism just disappeared because like finishing the game with a checkmate is impressive.
No, it's not that one.
It is that one. So after knight c7 and king a7, remember?
Yes.
And kind of the sad truth is that black could have played knight e5 and pretty much, well, if not equalized, but stayed in the game. King a7, of course, loses. But white knight b5 what Andrea did is good enough, but there was this funny move. Go bishop d6 first, and there is no queen e8. There is no queen e8. So the queen is trapped, and if you take on d6, only then you go knight b5, and you take, but not the pawn.
Yeah.
But the
Very
queen.
nice tactic. Yeah.
Anyway, winning is always. It's like, sometimes people say, or rather ask you, like, do you care if you play a beautiful game? And because there is such thing as like spectacular game. And it's nice, but if you'd ask me, would you prefer to lose a beautiful game or win the ugly, most boring? Of course, I prefer winning. So that's, and this wasn't by any stretch of imagination. It was a boring game. It was a lot of back and forth at some point, but it was a lot of excitement for sure.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Congrats.
There was something I wanted to show, really, like. All the lot of
The
really
opponent
funny positions.
Was 1700.
Yep.
Yeah.
A lot of really funny stuff that I cannot find right now. Maybe it was on higher boards.
Yeah, I think if you. Well, I think let me refresh. Maybe we have more results. I think just.
Yeah, Luka Moroni is still playing. Niklas Huschenbeth.
We have Luka still playing, exactly. We have Kurelides, the young Turkish guy.
So that's boards 12 and 13.
Yeah, and also Maldonado Gonzalez Stefano versus Vitaly Sibuk.
Yeah,
16.
okay, we can check this one quickly, briefly. So it's understandable why they're still playing, because it's a drawish rook game, and Sivuk, of course, being a grandmaster, he's not very happy in having a draw, but it's not much he can do, to be honest. Like, it's equal number of pawns. White's rook is just as active as its black counterpart. Like this pawn's attacked, you probably don't want to go backwards, because White can, among other things, perhaps even can play f5. He can go after this pawn as well.
Well, you can play if there is King h5.
After this check, yeah, you could play King h5, and probably this pawn is not really hanging. So you can do this, I guess. Because if this pawn is taken, you can take on b2, right? And then you have but it's still a draw, of course. Yeah, like just even like check. Combine checks with attacking upstairs and not to f6. King e6, and then you give another check. So it's simply impossible to make any kind of reasonable progress with black. So that's board 16. Board 17 has finished. Board 18 is playing, but very likely to be a draw. No.
Board 18 is. What is the flag? Is this one?
I don't know.
A USA. I'm blind.
Well, US flag. I mean, just when it was too small.
Yes.
It was not easy to tell. Yeah, anyway. So here, I thought maybe it was a draw before, but now, well, if we trust computer, which we probably have to do, black is winning. And the reason for that is that black's gonna go f6, g5, f6, e6, d5, and you cannot do absolutely anything about it.
The other pawn is lost.
We'll just take the c5 pawn after which the game finishes.
Indian Grandmaster.
Yep. So that's the one.
15 years old, I think, something like that.
All right. Since I've made this bold claim about this being a draw, I think it was a draw at some point, but now that I'm tracking it back. So this King h5. No, it always was. It always was winning for black. Yeah, King e3, e5. In fact, like black played it perfectly, and f5. And so, what could be the chance? Like I go King d3, and after King g5, I do something like Rook c2. I'm trying to kind of get with the king to d5. So if king f6, wait a second, if king f6, king c4, and well, Compi still says that black is winning with rook c8, but rook c8 is already kind of not so obvious.
Yeah.
Move rook c8.
But
And
why?
point is like e5, you give a check, king c6, and then you start running, and you give the rook, you sacrifice the rook for the c pawn when it reaches c8, and your two pawns are not possible to stop. Anyway, so that's the one that black will eventually win. I just have to update it to be the real position. And yeah, white did something similar. Went rook c1, king g5, king d3, and king f6 is something you do. And after king c4, I'm wondering, can you do king e6? No, king e6 would be a terrible mistake, imagine.
Why? Rook h1?
Yeah, it kills rook h1, and then it threatens this silly check, and after rook c8, it goes check, king e7, and king d5. No, it doesn't take this one. It probably can, but even stronger is king to d5, and like the c pawn's moving, you have this check, you have some checks, and all of a sudden position becomes like almost equal, or probably just equal. So that's again the lesson to myself first, and like everyone's listening, who's listening, that it's never too late to misplay the winning position. It's not over until it's over, as they say.
They've been playing for how many hours? 3 hours? Almost 4?
More. Yeah, it's what?
5.
Yeah, it's 4.5. Yeah, 4.5 hours. Imagine, like, you're playing with the black pieces. You are very careful, and then from the opening you had to equalize. Then it takes you 30 moves to outplay your opponent, and finally you have the winning endgame, and you find the right plan, and you make one stupid mistake, and forget, like, kind of throw away 5 hours of your life.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's chess in essence.
It's cruel.
It's cruel sometimes. Sometimes cruel, sometimes rewarding.
Yeah.
All right. So no update on Cameroni's game. I mean, no update on evaluation. There are some moves, but not much going on. So that's both 12 again. There is no update on
Okay.
yeah, we're back, right? Sorry, solving some technical stuff. What I was saying, okay, about this previous position, that, like, yeah, they keep making moves, but no progress. Here on board 13, Grell is, like, seriously, he's just winning, right? The H pawn will march very fast. So just go here. G4, H5, everything's going forward. So I guess let's find ourselves. Doesn't matter which board it's gonna be. Let's try to find ourselves a position with the queens.
With the queens?
Yes. I mean,
That is
if there is one, no, that's already finished. Maybe there is no position with the queens. And if there is no position with the queens, that means we are too late in the round. Wait. There is this one. It's not with the queens, but this is with a nice 3 passed pawns on, I don't know which board it is.
I can look.
No. Agmanov, whatever. Yeah. I mean, there is not much to discuss. It's absolutely winning position. It's just like I thought. It's kind of a funny picture of white having 3 passed pawns. It's not very often you have 3 connected passed pawns.
It's the board 30.
Board 30. Yeah, well, so technically, still, the higher rated play is one of the contenders still. Wait a second. And on board 32, I guess, on board 32, we have a very, very, very exciting position still. with the queens. I was requesting, the position with the queens. So there is no queen for black. Wow, this was like super intense game. I'm just checking. Like, that's, by the way, move 49 with with all the pieces on the board.
Yeah.
And
How
rook
many?
d1, d5. So it's a billion pawns for the bishop,
Yes.
right? I mean, how many? Yeah, really, like and it's not a billion, it's 4 only, but it feels like all the pawns on the board are black, right? So after d5, white acts clever and says, okay, I will sacrifice the rook, and you cannot take because I win the queen. That's what white thought. Bishop c4.
But he did it.
He did it, and then black captures and says, who cares, I will get myself a new queen after b2, because you cannot stop the pawn. And what's like crazy here is white found, I believe that must have been the only move.
I'm very curious because I don't see here.
I don't see the move. Like, I was thinking something like that, but then black goes queen, and you give a check, king f8, and you give a check. Wait a second.
With the bishop.
Check with the bishop, yeah, but black can block. This rook to e7, I'm guessing. And it looks like black is winning because this attacks f5, but black has like e3.
Yeah.
I will be sure still, like e3 there is a check on e7 and then other checks. Anyway, white played a mind-blowing move, in my opinion.
Okay.
Rook takes e4, sacrificing the rook. Rook takes e4.
Oh.
And I have no idea what's going on.
Oh my
Seriously.
god.
So look, if pawn takes, I'm reasonably sure that this is a perpetual. Queen d5, king goes, queen h5,
But-
king goes, and so
yeah.
if you go to f8, you have to be careful because it's bishop d6. Well, even like queen b7.
Yes.
Wait a second.
It takes the
It's
queen.
not the perpetual, you're right. No,
Yes.
I'm completely blind. So check king h8. I just take the rook. And I'm saying queen is better than the rook.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
And now you
And
can
now black is in terrible trouble. Okay, so that means you cannot take it with the rook after rook e4. Sorry, you cannot take it with the pawn.
with the rook.
Yeah, you should have taken it with the rook, I'm guessing, but then it's another check. Bishop f8, and the same thing, queen d5.
Yeah.
And is white winning again?
It takes the rook again.
Yeah, he takes the rook again. And I was thinking like queen b7 and you do this, for instance,
checkmate.
but then checkmate on h7. And for the same reason, you cannot take the bishop. Like, if you would take the bishop, maybe kind of the game continues, blah, 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 but queen h7 checkmate.
Very nice.
Well, so
Beautiful.
after rook e4, computer still insists on this being equal, so I just try to pick. No, rook takes. Wait a second. Computer says rook takes a check. What are we missing? Bishop f8, queen d5. And to go to g7.
But take
And
the
to
check.
go to g6. Wow.
Oh.
And to go to g6, and then the bishop is hanging, and rook b4 is a threat. Anyway, and the way the game has finished,
Yes.
that black panicked. No, wait a second. I need to update. Black did not do this. Black didn't take, went b1 queen, kind of probably panicked on a very short time, and then it's rook e8 here and queen f6. Yeah, and
There is no
it's just a checkmate on f8. Very next move. Well, there is one check on e4, and you take. Yeah, you take.
Yeah.
It's not a very good one, not a very good check. So it was an exciting game, and like a lot of sacrifices. And this is seriously, if all of that works, starting from this position, like look, d5 to sacrifice the rook, bishop c4.
Very
And if
beautiful.
rook e4 works, this is amazing. This is amazing. Like,
How they they think in this move. I don't think neither of them knew it before.
It's really hard. It's really hard. I agree. Well, maybe the problem. Well, not the problem, but kind of the answer is that if you don't have rook e4 or some move like that, you resign with white, right? Because b1 queen you cannot stop, so that you kind of have to have something. Okay, in reality you don't resign because technically you have rook c1 and you stop the queen and kind of the game goes on, but black would be, very likely black would be just winning. Like take the rook and you have two rooks against the queen, you just have to be a little careful not to get checkmated, but black would have won.
Beautiful.
So rook e4 is a really, really beautiful sacrifice, and yeah, well played. Well played, and it is not impossible that on this note we'll just quickly check Luca again, and very likely we will call it a day. Okay, let me see. Well, Luca's game, there is quite some development. So black got an d5 and d4 in after king d2. Black's to move, a6 is hanging. He can go bishop f1. He can go bishop f1 to stop, to protect a6.
And it's the only move, right?
Well, the only move to keep the pawn, I was thinking, like, can you, let's say, yeah, but what do you do? Like, if you don't defend it, he'll just take. I was thinking, like, going rook f2 possibly, and so on, but then, yeah, like, it's not much you can do. It's not much you can do. Anyway, we can wait a little bit for this game to develop. Yeah, bishop f1 looks like a reasonable move. He will play this one.
Yes, he's
Bishop f1.
And they are starting to get in time trouble.
Yeah, Luca specifically, right? Like, I mean, he's under 5 minutes, or like 5 minutes something. Yeah, bishop f1.
He's still thinking. He's not sure. But this is what happens when you don't have time.
But what's kind of what's curious that white doesn't have. Oh no, white does have the way to make. I was thinking, like, with white, you're not worse, but also if you want to draw, there is no easy way of making it. But I think after bishop f1, there is this move rook f6.
Oh.
So you force the exchange of rooks. The bishop is hanging, so bishop g2 I would assume, and then white goes king d3. And the question is, isn't white actually better? No, he cannot go, forget it, h2 of course. No, white has to play, after bishop g2, white has to play rook h6. And then he goes, say, king b4, king d3, a5, king d4, king a3, and you eliminate the last pawn, and this is a draw. Yeah.
Completely.
This is just a draw.
Completely draw.
Yeah, so let's wait for Luca to make a move, maybe for his opponent to make a move as well. Because you're right, Alexander, if he doesn't play bishop f1, he might in fact get in a bit of trouble. Wait. Can he? Because there is, I just realized, h2 for black probably makes a draw immediately, right? You cannot really take it because the rook is hanging. So rook a6. No, I'm being stupid. Wait a second. Check. I thought the rook would be hanging, but there is a4. King here, rook here. Might still be a draw, but you don't want to check, yeah? Check here, king e1, check here, king here, d3, king e3. Like a lot of checks, and this is usually when you give up. It could be a perpetual. Is it a perpetual? It is.
It is.
Like rook f3. If you go king e4, the very least I have is rook f6 and take it. Yeah. So there is no king e4. That means king e2 is the only move, and then it's a check, and check, and check, and check. So it checks from this on a3.
Yeah.
Well, there is d2, so you also cannot go. Oh, wait a second. What am I saying?
What?
It could be that you cannot go to any of the squares on the first rank, because you go to d1, there is bishop f3, right? You go to either e1 or c1, there is d2. So white is also limited to go king d2 and back to e3, and back here and back here.
That would be the. Okay.
And he went rook f2 check.
I think he's realizing.
Rook f2 check. So what's happening now?
Yeah, this
Rook
will be
F2
interesting
check.
to see.
Rook f2 check, where the king is going. So king e1, at the very least you can give a check from f1. If king d3 though, this is not the line we're looking at. This rook f2 is different, right? So king d3, what is his plan? What is his plan? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Doesn't he lose the d pawn this way?
Yeah, I don't know what is he doing.
Maybe you can still play h2, because when white eventually captures, you will have bishop f1 check. So white has like a lot of checks, of course, but if the king is able to run away from those checks, and you probably are able to run away, like to hide on a3, then white will have to take, and you. But this is another illustration of a draw, just a little bit different one. So this, a check, king d4, rook h2. But at least it's like black is getting the maximum, so he has
This is draw too.
rook and bishop. This is also a draw, but again, then white will have to show.
Yeah, you can see he's really nervous. I think he already played. He played.
Rook c2. So check, king e1, rook c2. And now, well, what's going on? This pawn all of a sudden looks a bit dangerous, right? Rook c2, so we probably collect a6. There is no reason not to. King goes wherever it goes, and I would think put the rook behind is not a bad idea.
I'm sorry. If it goes with the other rook and check.
After king b4.
Yes.
I thought king c5 is unpleasant because the bishop controls c6.
Oh, yes.
The bishop controls c6, and we kind of got stuck with, like, you cannot move this rook because the other rook needs protection.
Yeah, that's
h2
true.
is it, so probably like the best you can do is return back, and then it's already d3, so it's getting scary. So I thought, check, king b4. He can also do king b5. I don't know if it's any different, but like, okay, king b4.
You already
And
take.
probably you put
This is
the
what is
rook
happening.
behind. Yeah. And he's quite low on time, like two minutes left.
Yeah.
I think this will be our last game. Yeah, so let's wait for this one to finish, because players managed to make it exciting.
Yeah.
I kept saying like, okay, it's a draw, but yeah, players managed to make it exciting. He preferred king b5 over king b4. From what I can see, yeah, he just played king b5.
So the game is between André Constantin, the master,
and Luca Moroni, the grandmaster, and as we were told, Italian champion.
Yeah, we don't know if he's well.
Well, he's definitely one of the strongest
Yes.
players in Italy. I think, if I'll check the top 10, I think we have to have, like, Francesco Sonis must be somewhere up, but no, Luca is also the top rated, it seems,
Yeah.
So king b5. And what to do for white? Checks are not very helpful. Yeah, like I think still he has to go rook d6. Rook d6. King. I'm not sure. So one thing I'm completely sure about is that black can always take on a2 and he will never lose. But this is not not the question. Wait a second. There is some really stupid. Wait a second. He didn't play rook d6. He played rook to a3. Okay. Okay.
I think he wants to go with the other rook there and try. No, I don't think so.
Yeah. You know what? Like, one of the ways to make a draw after, say, king c4 and, like, king c4 threatens d3. First of all, d3 is not a threat, I just realized. d3, there will be a check from h4. But funny thing is that one of the things you can do, you can actually take, and after rook a2, king d1, we have one of the very basic, like your endgame, rook endgame knowledge starts normally from this position, the Philidor's position, right? So you wait for d3 and then you go to the last rank, and then whenever you have a chance, you can just go check, yeah. And it's not impossible we will see this, because black just played king b4. I just played king b4. There is, like, white is not forced to do that.
I think he will do it.
He can keep the rook, but at the same time, like, with white, if you think how real the chances are that I'm winning this game, and it's not very real.
Yeah.
And after rook h3, it's impossible to lose. Like, it's the only kind of position you have to know.
He did it.
And he does it, yeah. Rook h3, and it's a nice defense. It's a nice way of defending this endgame, not to care about this h3 pawn any longer.
Yeah, he's not happy. You can see.
Yeah, and Luca probably realizes. And you know, sometimes, in rare cases, I don't think it would ever be the case in our game, but sometimes you can even trick your opponent in very basic endgames. But the fact that Andreev went for it, it means he knows, right? I mean,
yes.
He was not forced in this position and he went for it. I mean, that means he knows it's like an elementary draw.
Yeah, he's relaxed. He's happy the master. Probably he knows this is a draw.
Yep.
Yeah.
And yeah, moreover, it's not only it's a draw, that there is like pretty much zero ideas of how to make progress with black. There is no I don't know, no traps, no nothing.
Yeah.
So
They are asking if Luca had any opportunity to win the game.
It's hard to tell, right? So I think the most realistic one was long time ago. We missed some part. That's for sure, right? We missed some part. But realistically, the last time computer was giving serious advantage to black, or reasonable advantage, was all the way back on move 18,
Yeah.
when he played c takes d4, which looks very reasonable.
Yeah.
And computer was advocating for bishop takes, knight takes, queen takes, and then try to use the massive pawn center that he had. And later on, maybe we could click through, say, what happened at the part that we've missed, somewhere here. And now I have to say that I'm no longer using an engine, so I might miss the moment, but like optically it doesn't look that there was a big chance. King b, king c1, maybe something here again. So black traded, went rook f3, and then Luca's opponent found this very reasonable idea, c3, and kind of simplifying, yeah. Bishop e4 and bishop d5 and rook e7, yeah.
Yes.
So it must have been like maybe here somewhere. Like maybe not trading on g5 but doing something instead. I'm not sure what. Like, I don't know, bishop f3 comes to mind, something like that. And wait, what's going on? What's going on? I just seen black king on d3, and normally it shouldn't happen, right? It shouldn't happen, but white was to move. So how exactly did he do it? Rook f2, rook h3,
Okay,
king d5. So he's giving checks. And yes, and that's the only exception, that you can give a check, because after king e3 you would still give a check, and black cannot block.
Yeah.
I mean, black can block with the rook, but then you trade, go king d2,
Yes.
and it's a draw.
That pawn can promote.
So, but yeah, Luca, he is of course trying, but it's about the time to give up, because it's clear his opponent knows what he's doing. King d5, rook a3. Yeah, meanwhile, the the very next game, Gurel against Kurmangalieva, white just won, sacrificing the rook for the passed pawn. So now if black captures, the pawn promotes h7, and you cannot really stop it, because if you go from here, it's bishop h5, and if you go rook c8, it's bishop g4. So the game is officially over. Gurel won.
Yeah, well done.
And
Gurel.
here, rook h1. Luka is still, I don't want to say trying, because there is nothing he can do. Just hovering around. The rook here. How long can this go on? This is the question.
Yeah,
This is the question.
it's the thing, but maybe he's upset.
No, of course he's upset, right? It's just that, like, it's not your opponent's fault, right? I mean, he was defending. He played a good game, Konstantin. So I think that's only fair to say that if you're upset, you should be upset with yourself, like not putting more.
Of course.
But yeah, right, you're right, it's very understandable, and sometimes people play like absolutely lost position for like some 10 extra moves, not because of no respect to the opponent, but simply like you're
maybe preparing themselves to like
resign, or in this case to accept a draw, which feels a little bit like, you know, you're almost like lost when you were such a big ELO favorite, and you made the draw eventually, so that's almost like a loss. Yeah. Okay, I hope it won't last the entire 50 moves.
yeah.
And seriously, in this kind of position, it's pretty much zero ideas that you have.
Yeah.
B3 again. Like, there is nothing wrong with not trading on b3. Did he play on b3, or it's no? I think it's my yes, he did. He did play rook b3. So now to speed the process, you just trade. You go king d2. You show that you know the opposition. The other very basic. No, he didn't. Yeah, d3. Yeah. Fair enough. Fair enough. D3, king d3, and a draw will be agreed.
They just wanted to.
Yeah, to show the fighting spirit, so they got rid of all the pieces on the board.
Yeah, it's nice.
By the way,
want to ask for a draw.
Yeah. By the way, move king takes d3 was move number 80. So 80 moves, well fought game and well fought round. And
they fought really well. Like.
No, seriously, this was one of the very reasonable games played by both players, because Van Forest lost, and we could say, okay, his opponent played brilliantly, which he probably did, but then Van Forest played like really bad.
Yes.
Let's accept, even though he's a grandmaster, he played like very bad and also fast at some points. Yeah. It feels like he given up too early. Well, here, it was very intense game. Okay, maybe last 20 moves were just shuffling around, but before that, it was very tense game with a lot of tactic, so well played.
Yeah, as an exchange sacrifice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exchange sacrifice, like early in the opening, like move 10, and they kept, so that's one of the really, really impressive games here. Anyway, I think with this draw, we will conclude our little broadcast. Some games on lower boards might be still in progress. But
it was a really first round, really good games, many Sicilians,
good results. Right?
Yeah,
a lot of obviously a lot of favorites went through. There is also quite a few surprises, particularly this one. Yeah, this one, a draw, and then a loss of Van Forest. He's also surprised, and I believe there have been quite a few other ones.
Yeah.
So on the top boards, not a single draw. Once again, why I don't know. I like open tournaments. Probably you would agree that not a lot of boring draws, right?
No.
I mean, on top 10 boards, only one upset and 0 draws.
Yeah.
Boards 11 to 20, if we have it, yes, we do. No result yet for Luca Moroni, but we already know it's a draw.
Yeah.
For Sivuk, I was checking this game, but there is a PGN error, so something happened to the transmission board. Could be finished by now. Anyway, so
Yeah.
I think this will be it for today.
Yes, are very nice. Thank you everyone for watching.
Yeah, thanks for watching, everybody. Please make sure to come back tomorrow. Same time, same place, I guess.
For
Right?
the
So-
second round. And we will watch many of the games, also the top players and the streamers.
Yeah, so we'll try to keep it as entertaining as possible. I don't know if you find it entertaining, but please show up so that we think that you find it entertaining. Cheers, guys, and see you tomorrow.
Bye.